Welcome to our coverage of Paper Mario the Origami King. We haven't even looked at really anything pertaining to this yet since the original reveal trailer. And so it's going to be very much just a blind playthrough on a fresh new save file. And we're going to go for as long as we can in this session. So why don't we just dive right in and get comfortable. Okay, so for the purpose of streaming this, I will not be commentating too heavily during cutscenes. We can, of course, read over some of the lines, but I am a fairly fast reader, and I will be occasionally skimming rather rapidly over the text, unless people want me to do otherwise. So, as we see, Luigi has returned with his cart from the finale of Color Splash, for those of you who have played that, so it looks like this is just going to be a very direct continuation. He says, "Isn't this great, bro? Back on the road again together and heading to some kind of festival." And you'll just have to imagine that in a voice that is continuous with the way he says, "Luigi." What did the invitation say again? An origami festival. What's that gonna be like? And I can't wait to say hello to Princess Peach. It's been a while. Well, that is an origami festival, all right. Going to take some inspiration from the way the shops and stalls have been laid out for some future plans in Animal Crossing, perhaps, but here we are, Toad Town. Everything, of course, looking as serene as it usually does in the opening of one of these games, as you have been very suspiciously invited into this empty place. And they seem to have noticed that. You are invited to an origami festival in fabulous Toad Town. I mean, the fact that the date has been left unspecified like that would perhaps be part of the problem. Okay. Let's see what's up in the castle then. Really do love looking at its electrical infrastructure. Yeah, pretty much like an old west town that has been deserted. As though a shootout is going to break out at any odd moment. And let's see what awaits us inside. Bum, 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 bum. Here we are. Back with that very durable castle melody that has been with us since Mario 64 and has not aged a day. Okay, at least Luigi didn't seem to take very long to find parking. Okay, if you have ever seen me play a single-player game before, which is not very often on stream at least, this is probably the First, a big Nintendo release that we have decided to debut on stream. I do tend to take some time to poke around menus and settings just to see what is going on. Motion controls are on, great. Rumble is on. Medium's probably fine. And Gamma looks okay to me. A lot of question marks for things we have not yet unlocked. Okay, useful items? None. Items that are not so useful? None. Accessories, okay, interesting. Looks like they are attachments that we will be able to pop on and off, hopefully with some degree of flexibility when it comes to character customization, but we'll see how that goes. Weapons, currently just boots, which are great for jumping on basic enemies. Let's maybe not discard this right off the bat. It looks like it's going to be a bad idea. Okay, 4 kinds of boots, 2 kinds of hammers. Pretty much in keeping with what we've been seeing with a number of these recent games. But we'll see how they matter. Nothing yet on the map. Nothing yet on the information card, so let's just tap out of here. It's not like it's going to let us have any advanced settings for the field of view or anything else, so might as well just progress. Open sesame. Yeah, I would have expected that too. Mamma mia. And of course that's going to look appropriately suspicious as well. Very heavy door for something made of paper. But I guess Mario and Luigi are also made of paper and are not going to be able to exert that much force. Luigi is probably... okay, that's a good suggestion too. I was going to say that he was just going to disappear off somewhere and just sort of have his own parallel adventure for the rest of the game, as is so often the case in this series, but I think he has the right strategy in mind. Just find Mario. And his quest is successful.
Let's go.
Okay, so Luigi's going to run off. He's probably going to get captured or something. Okay, so on the overworld, it looks like we just have a standard jump. I'm sure that engaging with enemies later on, particularly weaker ones, is going to make that relevant. Currently, the other buttons don't really seem to do much, except for settings. Oh. Minus button is just help. We don't need help. D-pad buttons don't seem to do anything. I love how the paper animations have actually kind of improved with time. At least from my vague memory of playing Color Splash a number of years ago. Okay, so Peach's Castle in its present configuration. Mario, is that you? Ah yes, and this we remember from the original trailer. He has been converted to the Origami cult and been folded into this brilliant configuration of geometric regularity. Oh, good to see you, says Princess Peach. But your princess is in another castle. No, not really. She's in this one. Should the Mushroom Kingdom unfold and be refolded into glory? I'm going to say no. Maybe I should say yes. I mean, it's not going to matter, except, of course, for that part in Thousand Year Door that just kind of gave you the game over right away. We're going to say yes. Let's be complicit with the rise of whatever political order she has in mind. We'll take the Edelgard route. That seems to be the intelligent systems thing to do. So. And what are those toads? shouldn't they be silenced for all of eternity? Complicity with genocide. I'm gonna say yes. I see. Last question. Will you crease yourself and be reborn like me? I really want to see if this is actually going to give me a game over screen right off the bat. I really want to see. Yes. Wrong answer. Okay. Right answer. It matters not. Your replies are all paper thin. I love the dialogue boxes now that she points out the paper thinness of the replies. Look at the dialogue boxes. They're just wonderfully tucked little slips of paper. Goodbye. And I'll be dropped into the pit of what is no doubt 100 trials. Everybody's going to be terribly surprised to see me. Always gotta make a flashy entrance, huh? Are you here for the Origami Festival? I guess I am. And all of them are still working for Bowser. Bowser's decided to run off somewhere, so let's see what's going on. Okay, so here's the tutorial Goomba, who has volunteered to be accordingly stomped as the tutorial Goomba, I'm sure. And yeah, we haven't seen anything of the combat system except for the initial trailer that kind of showed off how it was arranged in a ring and has some kind of geometric tactical element to it. And so we'll see what we can do about those mechanics as we learn them. The Goomba, however, is very excited to be here. He finds Princess Peach a little less lifelike, in spite of the fact that she has been refolded. And you can tell the minions who are complicit with the targeted pogrom of the Toads, because the Shy Guys have themselves been folded and have ascended into three-dimensionality. Come with us, they say, in very crinkled text. And the Goomba can't tell the difference between a Toad and a Shy Guy, which kind of makes you wonder, have they ever really been seen in the same room? Because, you know, a Shy Guy's being introduced in SMB2. I suppose that their paths have often not coincided. And that's actually a very good question. Like, when have Goombas and Shy Guys appeared together? Not you. Okay, maybe it's going to be a tutorial Shy Guy. Or maybe not. Maybe we'll just hang around in the dungeons. Wander around. Oh, here is no doubt the ethereal companion that is going to join us for this adventure. Mario, is that you? I'm in a very strange place. Yeah, so am I. Almost like I'm in between dimensions or something, which, of course, is a trope we wouldn't recognize from the classic 19th century novel Flatland by Edwin Abbott, which is, of course, one of the signal influences on the design of the Paper Mario series, as it traverses the second and third dimension, as it has done many times before. If it's not too much trouble, I'd like to get out now. Okay. Yeah, there's probably some way I can help. Let's see what we can do. Whoa, that looks like either a save point or something else. Is it a magic circle? Tutorial circle, okay. Unfortunately, I can't really see some way to boost the text speed. I was hoping that holding down either B or A would accelerate the text scroll, or that coming in here would have some kind of setting for accelerating the text, but I guess that's what happens when you play children's games as a fast reader, is that quite often these things are not too cooperative. We have a hammer in the corner. I'll probably poke around with that before I pick up the 1000-fold arms. Okay, so having the hammer allows us to use the B button to smash things. Probably should have jumped on top of that, but that's okay. We can smash those. Are you leaving? Yeah, I'm trying to do things out of sequence, as always. Okay, it looks like this is going to show you very quickly that these dark crates are not really open to being hammered. It's just the light brown ones that are, so that's just going to be the very simple thing that this room is trying to instruct. We open a door? No, didn't think so. Okay, what are the 1,000-fold arms going to do? Allow me to pry things open, probably. And let's feel around a bit. Let's see if there are some Joy-Con methods that we can use here. It looks like it is going to be motion control based, and we are playing with separate Joy-Cons right now, and so it seems ideal. Okay, so we can recenter them. I see, so I can actually stretch these with motion controls. Good thing we press this quite a bit. With arms, the game arms. Mario doing his best Springman impression. And then at any point we can recalibrate, recenter. Yeah. Or to the left. Ah, okay, so we can actually feel a little bit of the rumble. The rumble allows you to feel whether you are close to a target. There's a very specific target that we're looking for. A little more to the left, just a little higher. And we can feel the wall with the rumble. And then we grab and rip. Rip and tear. Okay, so our yellow companion is free from that weird in-between dimension. And was just stuck in that wall, okay. I must be Mario. And yeah. So this is going to be Olivia. Don't really catch just yet what the pun or the other suggestion is from the name Olivia, but there's just one thing. She's not exactly fleet of foot. Yeah, let's let her hitch a ride. Why not? I don't see why not. Okay, Peach's Castle. You know, I feel like I just had a pretty good idea. Pressing X... no, I'm going to prefer to do this without hints, I think. That's still not going to open, however... Oh. Oh, no, I don't want to hit. I just wanted to pull out the arms. Holding the ball looks like it's a way to sneak out. Well, yeah, of course it is. I guess it isn't really possible to pull out the arms on demand then. It is something that you'll just need to use contextually. Yeah, it's a dungeon. I think that's fairly clear. You're going to have a couple of dark blocks here. Oh, it looks like this is actually the same door from the outside. Locked down, of course, and not really something that's going to be hammered. And yeah, let's break open some crates. No, somebody's telling us to knock it off. We'll check that in a moment. Want to grab some coins. Some guy's trying to pull rank. Oh, it is Bowser. That is an interesting form of torture. Don't see why it wasn't employed earlier in the series. Oh, poor Koopa Troopa. He's gonna be folded. He's gonna be crinkled, crumpled, reborn. And... Yikes. Yikes, yikes. That... Is now a shambling Koopa, followed by the Goomba that has also led to the torture chamber. That was terrifying, my goodness. That was the last of them. Well, you know, Olivia, we really are the last of us. Except for the mustachioed one. Okay. Folded soldiers. I guess it refers to the entirety of the army, Shy Guys included. Not the last of the minions that were being processed earlier, I'm sure. Okay. Pop that. So, Bowser wants to be my friend. My companion. Even I know this is no way to treat royalty. Yeah, I suppose. I guess Olivia is new here. Not really aware of Bowser's reputation. And he demands to be set free. And Bowser promises me a secret. I don't expect it to be terribly substantial, but will try to ignore him and hammer all the crates on the right side, and the game just won't let me. It's too bad. I do wish it would let me poke around a little more flexibly, but it is being a bit restrictive so far, but Bowser's going to be okay with me just leaving him there for the time being. Not that we really have anything else to see. Okay, in we go. And I guess we can just pull him down. Sure, why not? And Bowser is going to unfold into... what? Oh, he's not going to unfold, he's just going to have his expectations as subverted as the rest of us. Now, for that secret that he promised to tell me, there's a hidden exit in this room. That seems to be very valuable information to know. He heard those jerks talking about it, lousy and no-good body-folding jerks. Okay. Well, I mean, you have all these crates over here. That seems rather clearly the way things are going to go if you see this 100-fold, 1,000-fold spot. And let's scan around. Scan around for some kind of rumble response, I guess? Oh no, you just have to look at the visual clue. The visual clue having this piece of paper there that allows you to just swish everything to the left. Okay, so Bowser's just going to tag along. Can I hammer him? Yes, I can. Look at that, look at that. Can I jump on him? Not really, because Bowser has never really been jumpable. I can just kind of whack him in the face, though. I don't think he's going to respond to that necessarily. It doesn't seem like anything's going to happen. He does make a bit of an expression on his face, but he's not going to tell me to cut it out or anything of the sort. Yeah, I guess if you whack him a little too fast, the hammer just kind of clips through. And yeah, he's just going to scurry along. I wonder if there's anything else we can do with this thing. No, guess not. Have to work on our depth perception a little bit. As you can see, I'm bumping my head just a bit there. Okay, here's the familiar Paper Mario save block. Yeah, sure, we'll save. Why not? Not going to do this one on permadeath. And let's make a habit out of that. And And okay, so there is going to be a D-pad menu that we... Oh no, that's just the start button. We have seen that already. See if any other options have opened up in the meantime. Not really. Might want to boost the motion controls. Not motion controls, the rumble strength, rather. Depending on how the 1,000 old arm puzzles work out. But we'll see how it goes. Bowser's just going to huff and puff. He's going to tell us to slow down. You'll recognize this scene, of course, from Final Fantasy VII, where we just climb the stairs and climb the stairs, and nobody makes Bowser walk with his face. Can I make him say that again? I kind of wanted to capture that. Oh well. That's fine. Yeah, I mean, I'm making him walk with his face right now, actually. But they're not going to get away with it. I do love the companion chatter. I'm going to be looking forward to a little more of that as we progress through the game. Make it a few floors up to the top of Peach's castle. I mean, Yoshi usually tends to hang out around there, but I guess not today. See in the meantime if anything has happened to Luigi. Oh, Bowser is so embarrassed. I mean, Peach, I did say yes. I did completely consent to the rise of your fascist reign of terror. Doesn't seem like I've been granted a lot of player agency in that matter. So, you're Mario? Yeah, I am. And Bowser feels like he has been overlooked for his crispness. Can I say yes? Let me say yes. Yes. And he's not going to fall for my trick. Okay. You'll soon feel the power of origami for yourself. Okay, looks like this will be the tutorial battle. Ah, here's Tutorial Goomba. You never got to see Toad. And okay, let's get into the battle screen. Wave battle. So, we enter the ring. You see 4 Goombas lined up like ducks in a row, or indeed even like Goombas in a row. And first time facing folded soldiers? Yeah, it is. They've been turned into folded soldiers, and we can't turn them back. Really? So it's permanent. Okay. I guess we just have to get rid of them. Seems cruel. Guess we'll have to fight for survival, huh? And do what is necessary until, of course, we just complete the quest to get Princess Peach all unfolded again. Olivia has tiny arms, okay. Okay, so how do we line them up? We have 20 seconds to do so. We're in some kind of splash zone. Doesn't look too watery to me, but I guess we'll have a limited number of moves to work with under a 20-second time limit. Just have to act fairly quickly. Okay, so her great idea most certainly involves a rotation. Okay. Use L. I hope I can use the D-pad as an alternative instead of just relying on a stick, but we'll use the stick. We did manage to correct the drift problem in advance. Okay. And yeah, it does allow me to use the D-pad, or at least a selection. For the rotation, I'm not actually so sure. Okay. Yeah, rotation works. Left for anti-clockwise. And then it's going to magnify my power by 1.5. I suppose when you have a continuous chain of 4, so boots and hammer, that's what we have. I guess it'll be a sequential jump if you manage to land the action commands, as tends to be the case with the series. And it's not really going to let me use the hammer just yet. Hammer only has a 2 range, but also hammer has a bit of a conal attack in front, as you can see. Being able to hit 2 spots at once, kind of 2x2. And I suppose that's going to be the thing that you manipulate as you develop your inventory with a couple of additional weapons. That it's going to allow you to apply some weapons that have different configurations to them. Okay, so why don't we just kind of play around with the selection a bit. Interesting that the R stick, okay, that allows you to click the stick to manipulate the view. Not really handy as yet. I've never really been fond of click inputs with sticks of any sort, but you can see that being eventually something good for visibility. Now let's see if we can actually land action commands. I assume 12 damage each. It's hitting the button there. I don't know if that's actually necessary, but it's Paper Mario, so I just assumed that would be the case. Last wave. Oh, that's going to be a hammer test. Now we'll see how the hammer input works in this game. It's sometimes a little bit timing dependent. So it's going to be wave by wave, at least when it tells you that it's a wave battle. Okay, line up the first ring. I guess it is entirely time dependent. I don't think we have a finite set of moves for the ring. Now, do we have a consistent way of getting into the inner or outer ring? No, it's every time you press the button, it only ever goes out, no matter what D-pad button you press. You can try up, right, left, or down, and it will constantly radiate outwards. So that's something to keep in mind, particularly as things become more time-intensive. So, it's hammer time. So the 1.5 bonus, I wonder if that applies to the entire cluster of enemies that is available on screen, or something else. Like whether every single enemy on the board has to be within range. It's sort of unclear to me right now where the 1.5 multiplayer is coming from when it comes to what the precondition is. Let's swing the hammer and let's just see how it goes. That's only going to be a nice, we kind of missed the timing a little bit. It's not going to be an excellent like the other ones, but it is still going to give us 12 damage. So I guess 8 would be the standard damage number on that. And in any case, enough to take everything out. And we'll grab a bunch of coins. Puzzle completion bonus. I wonder what the puzzle completion was. Puzzle completion, I guess, might just be for lining up. And we'll see how to game that system and maximize things and, you know, try to squeeze as much juice out of that as we can. We have defeated the Goomba. Now, Yellow Shy Guy is going to reveal himself. Be something a little less shy. Brother! Now that is dysfunctional. Yeah, it sort of is. And, you know, stuffing a sister away in the wall, that doesn't seem to be a terribly harmonious family relationship. I am no longer your brother, Ollie. I am King Ollie. Okay. And he wants to fold the toads. Okay. So that will be his agenda, just to fold everything into his army of soldiers, which to me doesn't seem like a terribly well thought out form of domestic policy, but you know, okay, if he's into conscription, that's very much his thing. He shall fold, crease, and bend the entire paper world to his whim. Birth of a new Origami kingdom. So I guess, yeah, that's the Origami king we held. Rather heard much about in the title. Everything's going to get wrapped up. Bowser's not going to be too happy about this. He thought, of course, that this was all his property. The clown car is going to come to the rescue. Actually, a rather lovely cinematic as they make their daring escape. Yeah, I guess we'll eventually have to work our way back to Peach's castle as one of the final zones of the game and defeat King Ollie, rescue her, unwrap everything for Christmas. And Luigi's cap is just going to be down there somewhere. And then we'll be scattered. We'll lose track of Bowser and his Shy Guy companion. And Peach's castle is going to be transported on top of that rather threatening-looking mountain. So I guess that will be the final zone of the game. We'll make some kind of a volcanic ascent, I'm sure. Looks like this is awaiting a player input too. It's kind of worm my way out of there, fall out of the tree. Now Olivia. She's somewhere around here. Did she join me? Whack the tree a bit. And yeah, looks like we have a 1,000-fold arm spot. I'm just going to ignore it for the time being while I scout around. I guess the idea behind it is that you're supposed to take the arms to lower the tree, and the tree will get you over to the other side. So that looks like the main path. We'll do the responsible thing and poke around in a side path. And just have a bit of a wander. Wander, wander, wander. Peek out over the cliff. Looks like you cannot just take a fall. Unless you can float like me. I'd be careful over there, Mario. Looks like that is probably Olivia speaking to us. I wonder if I just take HP and damage from falling into that. But never mind, we'll just take the confetti bag and we'll collect some of that. Okay, so we have a confetti meter. I'm just going to see if this inflicts HP damage or something if I fall in. And how much? 7 damage, okay. Yeah, that's one way to test it. Yeah, depth of the hole is, I guess, now confirmed to be something that is enough to deal 7 damage. Come down here. Nope. Can we collect confetti in the bag? Yes, we can. Doesn't really give me an exact amount. I guess, since that's the required interaction, I'm going to be denied the 1,000-fold arms technique from lack of Olivia. Okay, so let's just pluck all the flowers. Knock down various trees. I mean, I guess the confetti bag is now blinking yellow. I don't know if we need to get it up to green or some other state. And it is green. Okay, that's sufficient. Can I carry excess confetti? It doesn't look like I can. Yeah, it doesn't look like that actually does anything for me because it is going to be restricted to this extremely local interaction. Okay, ZR to toss some confetti. Yeah, ZR, ha, ZR, push, ZR, pow, ZR. Yeah, we can do some of the sound effects, but I want to see if I can just toss confetti anywhere. I actually can. But it seems like tossing confetti elsewhere in the game to patch up holes is something that I can at any point just do optionally. I wonder if doing so depletes my supply meaningfully. It seems like it's staying on green. I don't think that's actually doing anything, but then also standing close enough that I can just recollect. As I go, I suppose that the confetti toss would only be expended on objects that are going to make use of that, like this one. Whoosh, zing, kapow, boppo, so... I kind of want to see if she gives me more sounds. Let's see if we can trigger that dialogue again. Whoosh, zing, kapow, boppo, pork. I guess no. Ran out of sounds indeed. Okay, that's going to get down to the yellow level of confetti. Okay, so we'll just keep that in mind as we patch up some holes and fill up the bag. Get her head unstuck. Yeah, we'll pull her out in just a second. Meantime, just going to pull up the confetti bag. Yes. Once again. Bop everything here. And okay. That should probably be good. Much better. Yeah, I mean, fairly clear. We'll just head back over to the tree. At this point, we've exhausted everything we can do in this little tutorial zone. Okay. Guess we just need to grip it here. I guess we can just bash it with the Joy-Con motion. Yep. Pretty much the same set of tricks that worked so well in Breath of the Wild. Perhaps in a slightly less flexible environment. Here's an item. More tutorials. And, okay, there's going to be a quick select on the field. Doesn't seem to tell me precisely how many hit points the mushroom is good for. Don't really want to use it yet, though. So why don't we just scan the inventory? Doesn't really tell me. That's okay, we'll find out when we're a little more desperate. Just going to hoard that for now. Not that this game will be balanced around much item hoarding. Wouldn't imagine it's going to be that much of a health boost. But... And now she sees the castle on top of the mountain. You saw your brother's streamers wrapping around it. A different kind of streamer than what we're dealing with on Twitch, of course. And Yeah, he's just plotting away. Doesn't seem like he really has any other ambitions beyond building the army. I guess capturing Peach and kind of ensuring her complicity in the matter just lends this period of misrule a veneer of false legitimacy. And she's going to make use of Luigi's hat. Yeah, I guess my hat and Luigi's hat were indeed brother hats in their own right. Okay, so let's just make our way down. Toss some confetti. Yeah, that's just going to be coins. Nothing too special. Yeah, it looks like the confetti meter isn't going to be terribly precise. I wonder if the budget for that is really ever going to matter. Someone's here. Somebody's whispering, of course, in the back. Wondering who has come their way. Someone with a mustache. And yeah, we'll see just whose kingdom this is when they decide to come out of hiding and reveal themselves. Okay, this looks threatening. I think we'll probably have to flip that over somehow, or just walk around it, or of course walk into it and see how much damage it inflicts if we're really being silly. But in the meantime, yeah, why don't we just stay off of that? That looks like it's quite bad for paper. 1,000, okay. Just whacking things, not very green of him. Okay, so they seem to be either A, familiar with Luigi, or B, just saying that I'm not really doing a good job of being an environmentalist. Oh, I see, that's just more confetti. Just in the compact form of a little bag. Is it one of the mean paper guys? I would not consider myself one of those, no. Not really. Just hitting things. That's what I'm doing. Okay, treasure chest up here. We will eventually, I guess, have to figure out how to get around all of that. And yeah, the treasure chest is just going to pose a bit of a puzzle here in terms of how we will eventually work our way up. I really don't think this looks traversable at the moment. Indeed, as soon as I walk on, I'm sure it'll reject me with 5 damage. Indeed, that's the case. So yeah, there's going to be some kind of item or puzzle requirement to get there, and we'll just have to find out what it is. Interesting golden globe up there. Jump, jump, jump. Is he gonna pull it? We'll see. Yeah, I'm gonna pull this when we get there, but they're kind of hinting in the background that there's going to be some kind of spring. Oh, they want me to pull this thing. Okay. And it's going to lower or raise a number of different objects, I'm sure. Let's just scout around first and fill all these spots. And we'll eventually pull some cords and... Look at me, strutting around like I'm cardboard. Yeah. That's what I do. Don't know if that's accessible up here just yet. Guess not. That's the whole point, is to create some kind of access point, so why don't we solve this? I guess we just have to pull every single cord. Oh, here's a kind of crinkly looking fire flower. Would watering it restore its potency? Let's Let's whack some stuff. Get back into the green bag. Now, the faded fireflower is not actually usable, which is kind of interesting because it does mean that it's not filed under useful items. I guess useful items is really just going to be synonymous with quest-related items, things that we cannot dispense with. Oh, something's going to happen. We're going to see water interact with flower, and it will be in full bloom. We do that again. Okay. Radio. Looks like every time we pull the cord, some object will be stored. Birdo. Oh, very nice Birdo to show up for once. Okay, so we'll eventually want to dunk the fireflower over in that pool of water, or some pool of water. Okay, that's interesting. Let's see what this is all about. 10. Ah, it's a matching game. Okay. Ten. Yep, good old concentration. Which, of course, we remember from all the way back in SMP3, back when it was just done with cards. Now, do I actually get to keep everything here? Yes, I do. That is technically correct. Looks like that's a shriveled mushroom. Also needs to be watered. Interesting that these paper objects need to be restored by being dunked in water. You would think that that would actually do some damage to them instead. But let's not question the Mario logic. Okay. Does that actually allow me to do anything? Yes, it does. It allows me to invincibly get up here. That's collectible treasure number 1. Well, guess we have some completionism ahead of us. Oh, interesting. Music change? Doody-dee-da, check out the Musée Champignon in Toad Town to see all of your collectibles. Okay. Well, we'll do that once we have a few more of them to work with. Meantime, let's grab that 10 coin. Pull the chain. Nothing happening over there, but let's just move on. Okay, this looks like it's going to be something significant, which means we'll, of course, ignore it. And see if the game just decides to gate us off from proceeding further. Oh, look, it's a piece of a Triforce of Courage? No, okay. It's just an activation point. Interesting that you do need to interact with the objects in order to have the 1000-fold arm activation points in the mix. Don't know if that's actually going to let me progress. Yes, it is, surprisingly. Just to look forward here and see if anything's going on. It looks like we will probably need to carry that large object we saw just now using the 1000-fold arms. Bring it in here. Just escort it all the way. Doesn't look like we have any other flexibility here except for running over to this zone. Ah, okay, so it's basically like a Lost Woods Maze, yes. Which means we should maybe go back and interact with the object we saw earlier. Sit down somewhere nice and flat. I don't know, I kind of want to go back and interact with that thing, but... will it let me? That's a good question. I guess it probably was the trees that were talking to us all along. I mean, if the trees were being logged for the sake of paper production, that would explain a lot about how this world works. Okay. Flat paper folks cutting down good trees in their prime. Yeah, well, I mean, that's what paper production depends on. So we need his permission. Okay. Find a way to restore his energy, and that's probably using the object we saw earlier. Yeah, please let me wander around. I do like wandering. The soul seed. Okay. Oh, why don't we go back and see what that was all about? Now that we've been released from the fog. Oh yeah, that's just going to break off. Well, that's just confetti. Okay, that's not very interesting. Except, is that the soul seed? I guess we'll find out. Dribbled seed. Okay, so I guess the idea is that we need to water it. And when we do so, we'll also water all the other items that we are dealing with in the meantime. Oh no, I fall straight through, unless the element has been completed. That's important information to know. Do I get to whack this guy with a hammer? Yes, I do. Doesn't seem terribly annoyed. And okay. That's going to be quite a fair bit of cash to work with. I guess all the trees are willing to talk to me now. Yeah, of course I collected a seed. My neighbor thinks she's a branch manager ever since she got that golden fruit. Yeah. That would be a promotion, to be sure. Looks like there was a back path as well. We should go back and check that. In case that leads anywhere? No, that doesn't. Yep. Mustache alert. Okay, just going to bump my head on that. Complete everything in the meantime. There might be some kind of completion percentage for that, just like there was in some of the previous games. Such as painting everything in Color Splash. Okay, anyway, here's the first wave battle we've had since the tutorial. So let's get them all lined up. Do we still know how everything works? Yeah, I do. Yeah. Okay. And we have a great lineup. I wonder if that's dependent on time. Okay. And let's hit the inputs. I do know about action commands, yes. Never really managed to get the timing down on a hammer, but... There we go, only 11 on the first one, so I guess it wasn't fantastic, but... We'll do that. Last wave, I guess this will be for the hammer. Interesting that they spawn with the intended solution. Yep. Not terribly complex so far. Okay. And that's going to show me what the action command timing for the hammer is. So it doesn't just break off behind me, as it typically does when we wait too long. Hey, Blazed Waffle. I'm not far at all so far. This is literally the second battle in the game that was seen. So I am very early in the experience, and I don't have enough information to say anything useful. But I don't know if you've been watching any other streams or catching up on any other media pertaining to the game. So far, I've of course been enjoying the art design, trying to see what the potential of these battle systems are, because they seem to be somewhat dependent on the geometries of your various attacks as you expand your range of items. But yeah, so far, just way too early to say anything. Yeah. Okay, we wait for that dial to go all the way around, and that is going to be the hammer timing. Yep. So yeah, we're basically still, you know, in tutorial zone. And that's going to tell me what the defensive timing is. Of course, we haven't actually been attacked by a single enemy yet. So we'll need to worry about that when we are actually in a position to take any damage whatsoever. So yeah, thanks for joining me for the stream. It's the first thing I played on the stream that is not Super Mario Maker in several weeks. Possibly several months. So, much less interest I know when it comes to a game that is a somewhat oversaturated single-player game that everybody is playing. But I thought I'd want to record my run-through regardless, so let's just grab as much of this confetti as we can in the meantime. How are there already folded soldiers this deep in the forest? Well, I mean, they're kind of spreading their influence everywhere. Let's just construct a path. As I was saying, right before we entered that battle, it seems like there probably is going to be some kind of completion percentage, I would guess, for patching everything up. Just like there was a completion percentage for repainting every zone in the previous game, Color Splash. Let's try to get the early attack on the field and see how much that does. Not much, just 4 damage. Okay. Okay. So we have a total of 2 possible ring moves. That's actually the first time I've noticed that counter, that we are limited to a certain number of ring manipulations, and that is going to affect our tactical flexibility as we get into more complex battles where we want to line them as efficiently as possible. Huge fan of the older Paper Mario games, but heard that this one's closer to Sticker Star and Color Splash. Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm one of those people who does consider Thousand Year Door to be like pretty much the pinnacle of that kind of JRPG. I think it's just about a perfect game, but I'm okay with this series trying to experiment a bit. I just find that often the difficulty tuning isn't quite where it needs to be in order to make the systems interesting. I enjoyed my time with Color Splash, but I enjoyed it partly because I kind of caught on to the fact that Color Splash was all about trying to score one-turn kills all the time, and trying to play the battle system efficiently rather than just getting through it. And so that's something that we'll be trying to do with this one, because obviously it's a very kid-friendly adventure. And yeah, just trying to game this system and developing a good head for it, I think, will be the main thing I'm looking for when trying to get some mileage out of this and hopefully turning it into a satisfying experience. So, as you can see, we're still pretty much in the tutorial zone, and so that's not going to tell us much about the depth of the systems yet. And let's see if we get a second wave coming in. Nope. Yeah, I mean, I totally sympathize with what people miss about the older games, which it's kind of interesting that people do tend to include Super Paper Mario in that, even though Super Paper Mario is extremely unorthodox in its own way. And I like Super Paper Mario quite a lot, but it's definitely, you know, not what people mean when they talk about wanting Paper Mario to be an old-fashioned RPG. I think actually the Super Paper Mario is by itself something that would have plenty of room for expansion as an idea in terms of being the RPG and platforming a hybrid that was originally promising. Okay, that's going to be one jump sequence and one hammer sequence. Let's get rid of the jump cluster first, and then we'll learn how to play defense. Yeah, it's been an honor to fight with you too, Olivia. We have 2 actions available. Oh, that's interesting. I guess we do get 2 attacks, and so we'll just take them out all at once. Okay. So we'll just have to pay attention to that dial over there. Okay, timing was a little bit off on the later jumps, but enough to get by. So yeah, it really does look like this game as well. It's going to be very much about finding ways to play efficiently, trying to take everything else out in one go. 14 damage, very nice. And that's still only a great, and it's not even a perfect. So yeah, we'll always have to pay attention to the budget for ring moves, also paying attention to the budget for attacks. Yeah, it's been a long time since I replayed 64. I've played 1000 Year Door many times, including doing the 10 HP run where you never upgrade HP. I think that was one of the best experiences I've ever had with some kind of self-imposed hard mode in a Nintendo game. And I tried that out over a decade ago, and it is actually incredible how well the systems in 1000 Year Door hold up in terms of permitting that kind of thing, just because of the flexibility you get from the different badge configurations. I thought that in some ways that the old Paper Marios were a very strong influence on how the badge budgeting worked out in Hollow Knight. Like, it's kind of like an unsung influence on Hollow Knight's character progression system and how it designs collectibles. But yeah, I mean, I've kind of made peace with the idea that, you know, Paper Mario since then has been kind of like a pretty and cute experimental B-series in some ways, and that maybe the early games were almost a bit of a fluke, or I wouldn't say a fluke, but certainly something that, you know, really caught people by surprise in terms of just how good they were. But yeah, Super Paper Mario is very well worth your time if you can somehow get a hold of it or get access to it somehow. I mean, it was originally sold as an RPG platform hybrid, and the platforming, it doesn't really feel like platforming. Platforming still just kind of feels like a 2D overworld, like a 2D equivalent of these 3D overworlds that we see now. So it's not like it's very crisp platforming, but it actually is a very interesting game regardless, with some extremely memorable environments and encounters. And I think a lot of the idiosyncratic character of what people miss about, you know, some of the character writing and some of the overall flavor of 64 and 1000 Year Door, there's certainly in that game as well. Just pile up the green bag and get a refresh on everything else here as well. Yeah, sure, let's dump a mushroom in there. I have to check the menu to see what Fire Flower actually does, probably as a special attack item. But we don't know if the Fire Flower is going to have a very specific attack pattern in terms of the ground it is able to cover, or indeed whether it's usable out of combat. No. In a straight line. Okay, so it's going to work pretty much as an equivalent of the jump. Just maybe with some special interactions that we don't know about yet. Oh yeah, let's water the seed as well, and that's going to allow us to progress out of tutorial land. But yeah, I mean, I don't know how familiar you are personally with having played Sticker Star and Color Splash. I found that Color Splash was actually surprisingly good. I mean, it did repeat a lot of the issues with Sticker Star from a mechanical perspective, particularly with some of the puzzle items and the way that the combat was balanced or designed around them. But the overworld experience, in terms of just running around in the zones in Color Splash, was something that was actually pretty satisfying and pretty well done by the standards of the series. It also has an incredible soundtrack. So far, I would say that what I've heard of this soundtrack has not matched up to Color Splash, let's put it that way. But very few games do. Sticker Star, I totally understand about Sticker Star. Sticker Star I actually got very close to 100%, and I just kind of gave up at the final boss because I was sick of the boss design. Utterly sick of the boss design. I mean, it's one of the few games where I've just dropped all the way at the end. And I know that, you know, I didn't even have some of the more serious problems that some other players had with it. Okay, poor tree, Grandpappy Tree. Hollowed out like some woodshop project gone wrong. The fact that these trees have been traumatized previously by woodshop projects tells me that they have been through a lot of pain. Grand Sappy, yeah, Grand Sappy. So, who deserves to be chipped? We'll find out. Very sad scene, as you can tell from the presence of the rain. Yeah, let's fix him with confetti. If only everything could be so easily repaired with confetti. But yeah, I totally understand why Sticker Star is controversial, and, you know, I had my fair share of problems with it. I do think that in some ways, you know, the complaints about it are so well known at this point that the conversation around that game has not really evolved in many years, and so I don't really find that something to be that upset about. It is too bad that Thousand Year Door is not available on modern systems. Okay, he looks pretty sad. Let's talk to him. And let's give him the Soul Seed, which will do something to revive him, possibly. Well, let's see. Oh, they're gonna sing. Oh, I see. Oh, no, I get it. It's a soul seed, and so they're soul singers, basically. It's pretty much just going to be like the Supremes. Happy, happy. Yeah, there's soul singers, soul sisters. Soul sisters, rather. Yeah, the whole GameCube era is in kind of a weird spot right now when it comes to availability on newer systems. I mean, it was a problem that was held back for a time, I think, just because of the backward compatibility on the Wii for most of the early Wii models, at least. Anyway, this guy's going to be rejuvenated by Soul. He's going to be the James Brown of Grand Sappy Trees. Put the funk back in his trunk. Yeah. That's surprisingly innuendous. I see no need to keep y'all waiting any longer. Okay. Can we run through that song and dance again? I guess we can. But the path is going to open up. We'll shrub ahead. Okay. We were of service. Let's see if we can talk to him again and see if we can get an encore performance. No, I guess not. But we can maybe talk to the singers. Don't call him Grand Sappy no more. He's Sweet Sap Loggins, funkiest trunk in these woods. Yeah, the writing has pretty much always been on point. Like, I think it's one of those other things for which Color Splash was kind of underappreciated. I mean, like, Color Splash basically took the systems from Sticker Star, which were still pretty flawed, but dressed them up in a way that kind of salvaged them to the extent that it could. And I think it's a little bit underappreciated by people who were still bitter about, you know, having something that felt like Sticker Star 2. Keep out unless we want to stay forever. That's for people coming in on this side, right? Right to left. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. Just a warning sign for people who want to come in here. But yeah, I mean, still has a lot of charm. Oh, look at that poor toad. It's probably our first sign of any toad in this game. Looks like Olivia has never seen a toad before. I'm a toad, in case it wasn't obvious enough already. And yeah, Olivia definitely had her expectations subverted. And let's see if we can unfold the toad. Marginally better. Yeah, we'll do that in just a moment. Oh, he's still not okay. Fine. That didn't seem to work on Bowser earlier, but I guess Bowser was folded up very neatly. How did your face end up so bent and wonky? Holding toads, yep. That seems like a rather unkind thing to do to somebody if they have not consented. Looks like Toad still has a bit of PTSD from being folded. And he's going to come back anyway, okay. Ah, okay, if you press Y during a battle, they'll come cheer you on. That seems to be something that I would want to practice. We'll see what that's all about when we get to it. Charge a modest fee, okay. So, maybe we should try to do without that then. I mean, we could try it at least once just to see what effect it has. But it seems like my temptation here is definitely to hoard as many coins as possible. Let's fill that confetti bag once again. I don't know if the confetti budget is ever really going to be something that gets interesting later in the game. Because right now it seems like it's just a bit of a cathartic thing. You know, you whack some objects, you spray the confetti, and it doesn't seem like there's much more complexity to it, at least right now. But we'll see as that develops. I mean, it's not that different from how the paint mechanic worked in the overworld in the last game. You just kind of do it for the sake of doing it. Okay, now this is where the music is on point. This little alpine village. Okay, let's rescue some more toads. Yeah, thank you for dropping by as well. You have a good day. No bathroom out here. Yeah, always glad to have some company, so hope you enjoyed the game as well if you managed to play it. And yeah, we'll just whack that Goomba because he's standing there, and that will give us an opportunity to practice the Toad mechanic. How many attacks do we have? Okay. I mean, it's going to display the solution in advance before we actually need to do anything, so I think it would actually be much more interesting if it didn't display an optimal solution in advance and ask us to just rearrange things with the original configuration that was given. But maybe some of the spatial reasoning will become more challenging with time. We see one toad in the audience. He thinks I'm really cool. And that's going to be something. Oh, just another toad. Ah, yeah, there we go. Well, he's going to be rather pleased with that. Looks like that's going to be more confetti, filling out objects that are not just surfaces for once, but also just an additional stump. Yeah. And there's another 1,000. Yeah, I didn't really get any interesting information there from how the recruitment of the toad into the audience was going to be costed. I broke the camera. Do I have anything that I can do with this? I don't think there is. That's kind of too bad. Oh, I just straight up broke this thing. Okay. And I manipulate it somehow. Oh, nope, that's just a hint. Maybe there is some kind of spatial puzzle here, though, that allows you to work with that somehow. This guy is, of course, just still looking for a bathroom, and he's staring past a tent at that waterfall very longingly. But when you gotta go. Okay, so we broke that camera. This is going to allow us to head any further. Oh, the solfege, look at that. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Okay, this is a very satisfying little solfege bridge. Can I just sit down on a bench? Yes, I can. Oh, and you get to rest on the bench. Okay. So, I guess that's where the Hollow Knight influence has been folded back into Paper Mario. In its own roundabout way. That's going to be a full heal of 50 HP. And we'll just rescue some more toads. Probably fight some more Goomba interlopers along the way. Oh, this picnic table looks awfully suspicious. I wonder if I can jump on this guy. There we go. Doesn't really allow me to effect that with an action command. Now, once again, it's going to give me the solution in advance. 2 ring moves. Nope. Like that. Okay. And it looks like I pretty much have infinite uses on my weapon choices. Okay, 4 excellence. That's going to be a perfect. Not really doing that toad recruitment yet. I was, I think, missing the window of opportunity that allows me to do it, but I guess we see more of them steadily building up in the audience now due to a fine performance. So, nothing to really worry about just yet. See a bit of a logging camp here. That will eventually give me something else to interact with. That's probably going to be yet another toad. The noise he felt compelled to make was getting to him. Yeah, it was getting to me too. Whatever it was. Maybe a yellow toad. Okay, first time camping. Can I uncrinkle him a little bit further? I don't think so. I guess I have to ignite the fire. These guys really want to burn. They're kind of auto pyromaniacs, shall we say. Oh, this is what was tucked under the Goomba seat. Where? Upside down with a log side up. Now you can be upside up with a log side down. Yes, that sounds perfectly sensible and logical to me. This looks like it's something. Ah, yeah. Done in by his own deliciousness. Being served as a mushroom omelet. Gotta say, the cute little Alpine soundtrack here is really adding quite a lot to this zone. Oh. That Goomba thought it could catch me by surprise. Of course, the initial attacks aren't doing that much for me, given that I'm just kind of reconfiguring it anyway. So yeah, it looks like the issue that I have with the depth of this system so far is that it is just a bit of a memory game as you track the movements that you see. Of course, that's something that is likely to become a little more complex as you get later in the game and have to track multiple movements that send the entire thing into disarray. But right now it does look a little too much like a memory game rather than a spatial reasoning game. That's my main issue with it, although we'll see if that is something that is likely to improve when we get to some of the later bosses. So, let's fill this up with more confetti. And in the meantime, we'll just kind of sneak around, see if there's anything else around the cabin, anything that would perhaps permit us to ignite all this firewood. Let's check what this is all about. We used to be trees, but don't feel bad for us. We'll turn into ashes and grow again. Yeah, not a bad idea. We'll never take peace and quiet for granted again. Okay. Oh, here's more toad. Guess we really have to crank the analog stick back when we yank these guys out. Yeah, the creases are rather deep. I wonder if I can just kind of hammer him into straighter configuration. I think he would make an excellent accordion. Why do I think this square patch of grass is a different color? Why don't we hammer this and find out? Why don't we jump and find out? Ooh, Kaizo block. Even here, we are not free of the terror of the Kaizo block. Hey, it looks like this guy's kind of straightened out, actually. That shock that falls right out of him. Now, we'll kind of keep a lookout for little suspicious spots like that as we go. And now you see that has encouraged me to loop back all the way around here just to see if anything else is going on. Nothing on topic here, but we'll wander around and we'll keep that in mind. Okay, it looks like we need to fill in this hole in order to get the logging shed back in order. It's going to be something that requires quite a bit of confetti expenditure, but we'll have the opportunity to come back here and grab more coinage. Coins not looking too useful so far, but we haven't had much of a reason to spend them. What I have learned about these games in the past is that they're balanced in such a way that you actually do want to spend aggressively. Because, you know, they're balanced in such a way that hoarding isn't going to do much other than slow you down. Everything is easy enough that overspending isn't really a risk. You can press X to get a hint from your real friend. Okay. I don't know if Olivia is really my friend yet. I mean, she's clearly the sort of helpful companion character who is going to use me to work out her sibling rivalry. Looks like this is just the introductory gate. Let's see. Firing it up so you can wolf it down. Welcome to Toad's BBQ Food Eatery. All firewood used is happy to burn. As they said in the opening lines of Fahrenheit 451 by Ray Bradbury, it was a pleasure to burn. Toad Town that way. Let's not go there yet. Come on back here and let's check the diner. Okay, the whole thing's going to come to life. Which kind of makes you wonder about the logic of this, right? Because you know that the trees are separate sentient entities, that the logs are separate sentient entities, but yet when you take all the logs and assemble them into a cabin, it is a unitary entity that has somehow developed a mind and hive intelligence of its own. Can I help you? The toad who lives here isn't home right now? Okay. I guess we'll have to eventually recover that toad who runs the barbecue. And just, you know, kind of dance about too. This music, maybe pick up some confetti along the way to get us back into the green zone. And yeah, just pick up all the scattered confetti we can in the meantime. And that's, once again, going to be the sign that advises us of Toad Town, which is yet to come. Okay, so what's going to happen here? Toad Town. And yep. Looks like the Goombas are guarding a whole stack of other Goombas. That looks awfully suspicious. Yeah, because the cardboard Goombas are, or rather the origami Goombas are the bad guys. The stacked Goombas are still just paper and they have not yet been folded into soldiers that will be on the attack. So I guess we actually have to save the fresh paper Goombas, unless of course they're all just suddenly folded for additional waves of this attack. Okay, so these guys are going to gang up on me for the wave battle. Wave 1. Let's pay attention this time to see when I can actually boost the Toad audience. I don't think I really quite understand yet how to get about doing that. Okay, nothing in the inner ring. So we're going to be flanked, aren't we? Okay. One Goomba is not going to fall in line. There's some other way to move enemies around. That would be very important information. So, slipping, slowing, striding, line dancing. Line dancing sounds like it might be part of the solution. Sliding. You can rotate each of the rings, but you can also slide the panels in a row. I see. So that's going to be one of the ring movement points that we are allowed to do then. Now that's looking a little more interesting. Press LR to switch from rotating to sliding. There you go. Okay, so you can actually slide them all the way across the axis then. Oh, no, I see. There's a wraparound. Because you slide it down one spot, then the Goomba that's at the very back is going to wrap around to the front. And so I think that's the way it's going to work. Yeah, there totally is a wraparound. Look at that. Now that looks interesting. This now looks like it has some potential for dynamism. Of course, there might be a memory element to it nevertheless, depending on what the initial configurations look like. Might just be for the tutorials, of course. I actually have not received a single attack yet in this entire game, and so eventually we'll need to learn some defensive timings. But yeah, in the meantime, we'll just work with what we have. Yeah, it totally does still show you the initial displacement So it's a little bit of a memory dependent thing. But eventually maybe the sequences will be complex enough that they'll all just be one big jumble. These guys are smushovers. Yeah, they really are, Toad. They really are. Okay. We're saved. What were those Goombas doing, kidnapping us, and where are they taking us? Were they even Goombas? They were folded in a really off-putting way. They're taking an L for Luigi. So these Goombas want to help me, or let's fight folds with stacks. Okay. So here's a stack. And the whole world is going to be overrun with origami. That certainly seems to be the intent of the opposition. Okay, let's just punch everything out here. And look at those Goombas marching along by that save block. These massive gargantuan abomination Goombas. Agoominations. Will I know otherwise, I'm going to refer to them as agoominations, perhaps, and... Oh, whoops. Thought I would have a little bit more room to stand there before falling to my doom. Yeah, but we'll see if this gives me anything interesting. It doesn't quite look like we can make our way all the way up top, but doesn't look like accessible geometry anyway, so... Let's move on, fill some space. I'm out of confetti, let's whack some trees, whack some flowers. Try to build up a bit of a stash again. Like I said, not really that interesting a form of resource generation and retention just yet, but maybe this is a system that will surprise me later on, who knows. Never know. That's going to get me back into the green zone. See what this is all about. Looks like we will have a save block pretty much available as soon as we get back into Toad Town for the commencement of our adventure. I mean, we've already been shown what the potential bosses will be from those lumbering Goomba Mache that we saw earlier. It doesn't look like there's anyone here. Got a big hollow spot over there, okay. That means my brother might have been here already, and I'm sure he was up to no good. Hold on, there is someone here. Are my eyes playing tricks on me, or is that creature way too big to be real? Oh, it's real. And it's spectacular. It's not like any origami you've ever seen before, and what is it doing to that house? It's obviously eating it to consume some paper. To mash into its mache. Totally eating it. Okay. And it looks like that seal might actually be a vulnerable location. Do we know anything about how such things are signaled in a Nintendo game? I think that's a fairly reasonable surmise. Yeah, so we'll hit its weak point for spectacular damage. Why don't I leave that thing to eat some poor Toad's house? I kind of want to, yeah. Going to let me hit the save block either. While everything is being terrorized, it looks like we have an item shop with the hammers designating an armory. It looks like the building to the right is probably the museum that we were told about much earlier for the display of our prize collectibles. Yeah, not much freedom to just walk around, unfortunately. Can't we just repair that thing with confetti? Oh, okay. We got chopped. I wanted to sneak up on it and hit its weak point. There we go. Weak point. Is that going to disassemble? Okay. Wonder what that flag is all about. That flag on its head. Oh, I see. That's going to tell me something about its next weak point, perhaps? No, just going to be a continuation of the same kind of whack from the back. Weak point on that paper macho soldier. Okay, but it's a macho mache. Now, what were we doing here? All turned round after that excitement. Yep, we have to get back to the place where the castle was evacuated. And we'll just collect everything in the meantime. Probably repair this house with confetti. If that does anything for us, yeah, it's going to let us inspect damage. Oh, looks like we have a note. Toad Town is in ruins. Papier-mâché monstrosities rule the streets. For now, I flee. Long live the princess. So yeah, a note from a political dissident who has fled the terror of the city. Wonder what the coins cap out at. I mean, given that we're already at 7,000, I would imagine that is going to cap out at a much higher number of digits. Whereas I think Mag and Color Splash, I believe it actually did cap out at about 4 digits, which was far, far too low for the amount of income you get from that game, where your inventory would just stuff up like crazy. Luckily, we don't have anything like a sticker mechanic in this game that just requires tons of fussy inventory management. So far, the ring battles seem pretty efficient in terms of just being able to use non-consumable basic attacks. The Battle Lab, training tough toads tirelessly. Looks like that's going to be some kind of a battle training challenge, so of course we're going to take a look at that as soon as it is available. Here we have a pipe. Weapon and item shop. Of course, the place is largely still deserted by toads while it's being terrorized, so I don't imagine that a lot of places would be open just yet. But we can always take a look. Nope, not open yet. We'll check that pipe in just a moment. In the meantime, just wanted to peek in the museum to see how it's going. Oh, look at this. This is a beautiful little engine, which the Super Marino, ancient vessel of the legendary Captain Toad. I mean, for some dialect, Captain Toad looks like it's actually kind of resembling Dutch phonology, like the Dutch explorer, Captain Toad. Yeah. But, you know, maybe that doesn't necessarily come across in localization. So that's just a totally blank picture. Yeah, I think it's definitely a bit of a modernist masterpiece awaiting us there. Wonder if this pipe is actually usable. I kind of suspect it is. One world, one pipe. A functional art installation celebrating large-scale plumbing. This place is really giving Blather's Museum and Animal Crossing a run for its money. So it is a functional installation, which means that we'll at some point want to dive in there and see what that's all about. Meantime, let's just explore. Sound gallery. Wonderful. This, of course, is resembling the collectible locations that actually have been present since Sticker Star. It was one of the better things about Sticker Star, actually. The gallery features that were there. Okay, so that's just going to tell us what each of the respective sections are. I don't know if we're actually able to donate any of the collectibles yet. It looks like everything is shut. So maybe let's try going down to functional pipe just to see if anything awaits us down there. Can I? Can I? Yes. Interesting. By zone. Okay, so it looks like these are a series of warp pipes. Given that this is a warp zone, We are going to do the logical thing and head straight to number 6. I think these probably have to be unlocked, though, that this is actually going to be the fast travel hub. But you know what? Let's just warp to Zone 6. Other end of the pipe is blocked. Yep. Okay, so it looks like as we unlock each area of the game, we create passageways over to the warp zone, and that's going to be our fast travel hub, much as I suspected now. One does not appear open yet, even though we have only done the tutorial zone. I guess that's something that will be unlocked later. But at this point, we have guaranteed that we have 6 unlockable locations by chapter, and that we're not even at the first one yet, so that'll be kind of encouraging, particularly because you have a direct connection to the museum, so once the staff has been restored, we'll be able to flit directly back and forth between the adventure and the donation of objects to the gallery. Okay, let's pop back out. Naturally, I think this shop is likely to be shut as well. Oh, there's a bench. Hard to rocks while there are paper macho guys stomping through the town. Let's see what this pipe is all about. It's also blocked. Okay, let's think about what our tactics will be here. It seems like we almost certainly have to run around in town and eliminate all of them. But we might as well get a lay of the land in the meantime. Accessory shop. Still haven't found out what all the accessories are for just yet, but something that we'll discover as we go. Naturally, check every pipe we can. Oh wow, that's going to warp us all the way through to this part of town. Well, that's nice, but it does mean that we'll head all the way back. And yeah, no need to whack the save block yet, I don't think, but we might as well just build up some confetti in the meantime. Now, here is a blocked pipe. Tons of confetti to work with here. Air off. Okay, let's do it. Looks like that will open up some kind of passageway. That is as yet unknown. Maybe back to the pipe that was blocked earlier? No, not the orange pipe, okay. So yeah, we'll kind of stealthily get up to this macho mache and just dodge his charge move, maybe. And he's going to be very sad about it. Okay. Wrap around. And yeah, going to take a couple of hits there. That is enough to have us do a little bit of restoration work on what looks like a bit of a power station. Looks like a power station. Not exactly Battersea here, but oh look, something's peeking out of here. That looks like a spike. Well, Spike, we're on each other's side this time around. No hard feelings about all of the spike balls that I've been whacked with in Mario Maker lately. And yeah, we don't seem to have the ability to get up there just yet. Might be a location that we need to drop into from above. That is what I would suspect is part of the solution, unless we have something like an ability that is unlocked later. And yeah, just look at the way the roof has been partly torn. Looks like this gives us access to the docks, which will no doubt be an access way to another zone later on in the game. Sorry I missed you. I'll be at Autumn Mountain until the winds change. And that's see Captain Toad. Yeah, it will be very interesting to see how Captain Toad has, of course, been worked into the fabric of Mario, Paper Mario rather, given that Captain Toad only dates back to 2013 as a character in his own right, not counting, of course, the Toad Brigade, and that was in the Galaxy games. But has become increasingly well-defined. First with Treasure Tracker in 2014. I don't remember if Captain Toad actually made an appearance at Color Splash. It's been a while since I looked at it. Tram to Overlook Mountain. Okay, so we're going to have yet another hub over here. This looks important. Tram hasn't arrived. Snacks are running low. Morale even lower. Send help and snacks. So we're going to have a bit of a fountain here. We'll be out of the line of sight of this guy. Going to blast his seal, indicating allegiance to the Origami King. Okay, fairly simple to zone that guy out. It looks like we actually have a bit of a coffee shop here that has not yet been restored to its normal operations, since the town is busy being terrorized. Oh, look at a shy guy who's hiding there. Now let's maybe get in there and give him a rescue. Keep him on the down low, would ya? He's just trying to... Oh, actually, it's actually a Sniffit. Not a shy guy, just a Sniffit. He's trying to save his own Sniffy, you catch my drift. Hiding out here until them things are history. What's he gonna sell? Drinks? Rapid espresso or turtle tea? Now, why would we want to decrease running speed for a while? That seems to be something that, you know, is maybe a bit questionable. Let's grab the rabbit espresso. And, yeah, that's a good question. Like, why would you want to slow down voluntarily? Unless, of course, that's just there to add some flavor to the variety on offer. Let's open this up. Goomba's going to come out and try to catch us by surprise, and we're not going to be able to get the initial attack for the 3 or 4 points of damage that would inflict. Oh. Serves me right for not really paying attention that time to what the configuration is going to be. Whoops. Let's get this guy over. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention to the initial configuration there, but we managed to get this in order anyway. I mean, still pretty much tutorial content so far. Of course, we have just been fighting Goombas, and as we see enemies of different types, their vulnerability to jump or hammer attacks is likely to get a little more complex. That's just going to be confetti, which will be useful. Now we're going to be spending a bit of that confetti over here. So let's see what's upstairs. You see this portrait of the Toad as a young man, as a young Toad. A boat. A dinner setting. Looks like this is supposed to be a bit of a fancy restaurant, perhaps. Looks like we can't quite make that jump in our present condition. That perhaps something will allow me to do so. It's not going to be confetti, but it is clearly meant to signal to me that this is a spot we should be looking out for eventually, as a potentially traversable location as we progress further in the game. Could also be a location that you can drop into from up top, for all we know. If you take a look at the door that is placed up there. Oh, look at that. There's another shy guy being shy, perhaps. Another denizen of Toad Town, just kind of hiding out and trying to survive what's going on here. The be a sniffet, of course. And those horrible giant Goombas showed up right around a time and the toads disappeared. Okay, well, he's just going to give me a little bit of intelligence there. Not going to be too instructive otherwise. No, I don't really want to cross over yet. I mean, you're supposed to restore the bridge, I'm sure, by using the confetti that has been collected from the Mache Goombas, perhaps? It's not like we can just jump in an underground tube, travel through it somehow, and pop out on the other side. That would be the simpler solution. We'll have to find the appropriate pipe. Okay, let's see how we can go about doing that. It's 1,000 right there. Okay. Now let's see what we can do. Got a save block, got a bridge that is also out. Going to the other side, I do know that there's at least one more big Goomba that we have not taken out. Somewhere to the left. Also, take a look at this little scrap. That looks like it's just torn decoration, though. And this area here doesn't look accessible just yet. If we wanted to go down later to recover that treasure. But maybe there is some kind of back entryway of which we are still unaware. Let's pull this guy out, give him a bit of assistance. Oh, looks like we have a sewer entry. Yep, looks like the sewer is the way to go. I don't really want to do that yet. I feel like I still want to poke around. Graffiti Underground Toad Town entrance. Technically, it's a sewer. Oh. Like that guy still got chopped. Don't know how many of these are actually strictly necessary to progress. But we'll just restore everything we can. Probably knock down the fence while we're at it. Oh, nope, out of confetti. That's unfortunate. Well, let's just kind of walk around and smell the roses a bit. Would be very convenient. Of course, we could just collect a confetti bag somewhere. Like I've been saying along the way, the confetti collection mechanic does not really seem that interesting at the moment, but I am open to seeing some evidence otherwise. There's still that big Mache Goomba that's on the rooftop over there. We haven't quite dealt with him yet. Oh, look at this passageway. That seems important. Torch from Peach's Castle, that's number 4. We have not yet collected number 3. It tells me that there's still some searching we should be doing. Okay. Let's just get back to where we were before. I mean, could always just get another run speed espresso from that fellow who was selling them earlier. Looks like, of course, that we also have to deal with this guy over here in the garden. Whoa, wow, he's just going to ram me in the face. That was a bit of a shocker. Okay, let's unseal him. Okay, so that guy's out of the way. We still got a few more of those to go, I think. That's going to unlock our way into this hut. I had to repair it on the outside as well. We'll just have to remember to do that when we are out on that side. Yeah, I was writing notes to myself too. Totally understandable. Don't know if we can crack that briefcase. Read some of the books. Guess not. See if anybody's trapped in here, perhaps. And in need of a rescue. Yeah, these Goombas seem to be fairly grateful for my assistance. Okay, let's toss this over here. And that guy needs rescuing. So we'll do that right after we perhaps do a few repairs that will allow me to make my way through, given that the fence is not really being knocked down. And yeah, he's going to struggle and be consumed over there on the outside. Aha, that's interesting. You actually can whack these and open them up. That is something that I was not really clear on earlier, and so it's perhaps important to keep in mind. Is this a push or a pull? That looks like a push, right? Huh. We can just jump out the window, actually. I don't see why. Can't just do it that way. There we go. Depth perception, of course, being a challenge for me here. We'll get out there and we'll unblock that. Yeah, he's just totally in the way. Yeah, keep doing that. I mean, don't get a game over before I save him. Oh, I'll try my best. And... oh, whoops. That was kind of a bad collision there on my part. But we managed. Okay. So I think we have one additional one that was on top of the high location earlier that we had not managed to access yet. That's going to be the one that we need to poke, and then I'll eventually make my way down to the sewers, but at the moment I do kind of want to clear out the town first. And we'll see how I can go about doing that. But it requires some kind of high access way. And those windows that we see on the upper level could, of course, be relevant to this as our potential way down. Just need to apply some spatial reasoning and perhaps find some other way of reaching the door that is on lower end. Yeah, we see some windows here, right? I actually have a way of getting through. Maybe there is something else to interact with here? I don't know about that. That's clearly the exit out to the upper door. But given that the treasure chest is at the end of that route, it looks like that's probably the end of an optional route, rather than an entryway that we would be heading down from upstairs and into the door here. So it's quite possible that we just don't have access to that upper location yet. A bit difficult to say from our present location. Yeah, it looks like something that could be potentially accessible from behind. Once we get further up into the castle, we'd have to just come back and drop around there. So why don't we progress through the sewer first, and we'll see where we go from there. Oh, okay. He forgot to mention that you need a special manhole hook. Red Shy Guy... Didn't we... Okay, I mean, we saved a number of Red Shy Guys. We just need to find one that will give us the solution. Talk to them accordingly. I think the other ones were Sniffets. And the other one... Here, let's see. He delivered dinner. Okay, nearly as handsome. Red brick building at the port. Let's do that. Seems like it's the power station with the spike that he was referring to. And yeah, just going to make our way back over there. And we'll see what kind of hook we get, having cleared out the rest of the town up to this point. Still have no idea how to get up top, but that is meant to make you imagine the possibilities. Okay. So, is there something we can manipulate? Actually, that gives me an idea here as well. That location there looks somewhat suspicious, but not quite in the way we needed, so why don't I just whack this over and over again until that falls in my head. Or not quite. Here we go. Okay, we're going to have a bit of box manipulation that is suddenly available to us. Okay. So what can I actually manipulate? I don't see anything to grip. Ah, here's that corner. There we go. Both hands? Both hands? Come on. Here we go. Is he going to remark on our special ability? Well, we'll see about the snacks. Okay, so we managed to whack one of those guys. And we'll see about this wave battle. It's just going to be a pretty simple displacement. And yeah, here we are. Okay, we have an additional wave. Let's see what displacement is going to happen. Once again, if you manage to keep visual track of everything that's going on, fairly easy to just reverse the order in which they were rearranged, and that's only with a single step, but even with multiple steps, like up to 2 or 3 steps, it's still fairly easy to follow. Eventually, I am sure it's going to become a little more involved and complex, but till that point, no. So we see a hook up there. Okay. going to poke around with everything I can. This looks like something that is definitely snackable upon it. So in the meantime, we'll just move that over. Do a bit of loading and unloading, perhaps. Okay. That's the essential item we need to access the sewer. Pretty simple at the moment, I think. We should jump out that window. I didn't think about jumping out that window, and it feels like that would probably give me access to something interesting. And no, it's just going to spit me out the side of that building. However, we didn't previously look at this location. Nothing interesting here yet. Except for Rocky Wrench is going to be hiding out here, and later on he's going to be relevant in some capacity that we just don't know about just yet. Alright, why don't we tap the save block at this point? See if we can get another order of that run speed espresso. It is still on the house. And we don't want to slow down. Let's speed up. First thing we've actually spent coins on in this entire game, but we have such a surplus at this point. That's... I don't think we're going to be budget crunched anytime soon. So let's drop a useful item here and unplug that. We'll drop right in. Okay, graffiti underground. Turn on the lights. And of course we're going to hear the underground music, because of course we do. Aw, that's adorable. Look at that. I wonder if there's anything I can do with that graffiti. I guess the light would only be temporarily on. Someone's here, okay. Maybe this is the artist? So, this is the curator of Musée Champignon in Toad Town. Even managed to acquire a legendary Supermarino sea vessel. Okay, I believe you. Even with all the organized crime we've seen of late, yeah. Trying to remember those words instead of that toad's face. I want to go back and check out the museum, but at the same time I'm told that that is the thing that I'm supposed to do, and that means that I'm not going to do it. Okay, so it's our first sign of an enemy that's not a Goomba. And nice to see these fellas back again. So we have 2 ring moves that are available. Gonna be fairly simple to work with. And it's gonna be 2 boots attacks. Given that they are placed up high, if it's anything like how it works in previous games, they would not be vulnerable to the hammer anyway. Or at least it looks like that would be a potential range issue. Of course, that's just an inference I'm making out of consistency on how the series had worked previously. And yeah, let's get some more of these as well. Now, did I actually manage to land an attack on these guys, or did they tap me first? That is going to be a massive wave. Means that I might actually have a chance of Let's take a look here. One ring move. Okay, hang on. Let's just align them like that. Fairly straightforward so far. Code audience gradually building up with time. Member of the audience asking me to use my face. I suppose that is what I'm doing. Okay, it's going to be much bigger displacement this time. Hang on. Going to be a little bit trickier to work with, perhaps. No, it's not. Yeah, the displacement happened quite quickly, so that's good, actually, because it means that it's much less memory dependent. Much more about rapidly working out the spatial organization. Pretty simple solutions so far. I really do look forward to how they hopefully become more complex as you get deeper into the game. Okay. And that's going to just unlock some coins. A refresh on the heart. We're going to go ever lower into the sewers. That looks important. Oh. These guys are going to get to jump on me. I don't know if they're going to do anything specific other than create a bit of a hammer pattern. Certainly looks like I... Okay, hammer pattern from those guys. Certainly looks like I want some kind of displacement, doesn't it? Okay. There we go. Was running a bit short on time there, but we managed to get it. And we'll just clear them out in one round as before. Yeah, kind of enjoying the spatial puzzles so far, actually. I mean, it's more that we see what the potential for this kind of battle setup could be, but of course the systems would really have to get a little bit more elaborate in order to test us properly. I guess we'll take them both. It's going to give me a bit of a shrug there as we deal with both waves at once. Okay, looks like these are going to be two displacements. Fairly simple. I don't know if I can actually get flanked from the back. I don't know if that kind of positioning matters. The toads are giving me a bit of a hint, saying that the hammer will never reach. I think that's actually quite true when it comes to getting rid of the bats. Ah, finally! We've got an excellent attack with the hammer. It doesn't tend to happen very often. Once again, the initial layout is just going to give me a clue as to what I should be aiming for, and I wonder if that's really too excessive a hint. We'll just nail that. And these guys as well. Okay, here we are. Pretty simple so far. Pretty simple. Looks like that's not something we can patch up. Kind of wonder if we'll have access to the sewer with some kind of water traversal later in the game, but at the moment, it's not something we have the information to tell. That's a lot of bats. That's also a lot of coins down there. Looks like we'll need to drain this location first. And we'll see how to do that. Looks like there is a location over there that we can patch up. With time, let's scroll the camera over here. I think we almost certainly have to use some kind of arm ability in order to reach that wheel that will allow us to pump the valves the way we want. Okay, so looks like that's going to be the first move here. That's going to be the second move here. I will need to use all 3 attacks yet. Good that I actually do have a 3 attack budget here. Probably a good idea in the future to pay attention to how many actions I do in fact have prior to really committing to an engagement, but looks like there's plenty of space for many actions though if we want to challenge ourselves to clear these perfectly every time. Okay, that's going to be an arm location. And we'll kind of use the Joy-Con movement to twist this thing. And yeah, climb back up. Okay, let's head down. Let's see what's going on with this treasure chest. We'll eventually have to find some way to get up to the upper location. I mean, number 16, so 100% of the treasures collected in the Graffiti Underground. That's good to know. And yeah, that's totally traversable. Not going to go up that pipe yet then, because we don't really know where that's going to take me just yet. Graffiti Underground, a gate to Peach's Castle. Yeah, let's keep going. Always prefer to do a bit of a breadth first exploration. And that crate is going to say hey to us over in the corner. Don't really know why just yet. Okay. Fairly simple. And yeah, we'll see if any of this becomes a little more interesting and complex with time, but of course we're still in the first zone of the game, so a lot of room for this to develop, perhaps. Now, does this guy want me to whack him or jump on him? Jump on him. Whack him. And okay. He's going to thank me and then he's going to be washed away, but then maybe that will unlock something important later. It says 100% toads rescued. The fact that we are getting some of those 100% indications, of course, means that earlier on in the introductory zone, we are far from done with the available business there. So let's just make our way across and hopefully we can open up some kind of shortcut that will allow me to get back to the museum and check that as well. Yeah, got to look out for that hat. Not really able to do anything to unlock this so far. Patch this up. Much as I would like to do so. But yeah, we'll just come here. We see a crashed cart. That was definitely the cart. Dude, where's my cart? Won't be able to move it ourselves. I mean, that's a job for the hand ability if we actually find a spot to unlock. Okay, just gonna wander over here. And in the meantime, we'll just walk around, wrap our way over, see what this is all about. In what remains of the former location of Peach's castle, where we see Luigi's hat and a lot of crumbled paper and really not much else. Yeah, what a wreckage. I mean, obviously, we are meant to notice the hat and take it upon ourselves to check that as the next location, but I want to poke around first to see what else we can do. Yeah, that's my brother's hat. One wrote Luigi on the inside, very small letters. One's crying for help. By in between dimensions, I guess the inference we should make is that he's stuck in a wall, much like Olivia was much earlier. Or he might just have been relocated with the rest of the castle. We'll see what that's all about. In the meantime, we'll break things open and try to open up some new passageways. Oh, it could be that Luigi is present somewhere here. Somewhere around all this wreckage. And we'll just do the thing that we normally do in other Nintendo games and break all the pots. That's gotta be something. And yeah, we'll rip that open in just a second. I'm just going to scan about here. A little bit of a linear layout. Not much flexibility in terms of where I'm permitted to go just yet. I'm hoping it will open up somehow later on in the game. Well, that's partly torn, I think, as far as Luigi goes. Let's whack him open and perhaps restore his hat. And yeah, that's their first meeting. Okay, the hat survived separately. The castle, not so much. Okay, Luigi really taking some initiative, as he often tends to do in the Paper Mario series. Not without the hat, though. Look around for clues. Let's see about that. I mean, I don't know if there's anything that we can do with torn piece of carpet over here. Obviously discovering the hammer interaction with some of the crumbling ruin is something that was perhaps a new interaction we had not sufficiently explored, so let's just walk around whacking stuff until anything interesting pops out. Mostly it's just going to be confetti. Okay. And let's check around here. That looks like it's something potentially... No, not breakable. It is one of the dark crates. Check over on this end. Nope, nothing here. Yeah, not much to do here, really. Okay, someone moved the pile of junk. Oh, it's a cart. And Luigi is just driving off into the sunset, so far as we know. Hopefully we have a bridge repair going as well, but if that's not the case, then we'll just move on through the sewers. When we get back there, of course. Currently we're just going to progress on this side and see if there's perhaps some kind of zone boss that has trapped Luigi already. There was, of course, one additional Goomba we had not taken care of yet, and we hadn't really fought it properly. Oh, we knew the castle was there. We knew it quite a while ago. So, it looks like we will need to hit each of the 6 zones. Probably 6, possibly 5 if you count the castle as zone 6. That will allow us to unravel... Yeah, I see 5 different streamers there, 5 different colors. And so we'll travel the world to do it. Of course, I don't imagine that I will have any flexibility when it comes to the order. We'll just have to take it one part at a time. Okay, Goomba up there is definitely an origami Goomba. Yeah, we'll help them. And we'll just whack this guy to get rid of him and rescue whoever was trapped up above. And Toad's cheering. I'm not sure why I would want to do that, but sure, let's just do that. This is the first time I've actually paid the Toads off. Oh, I see. It's just some collateral damage to kind of get them to chip in a little bit, quite literally chip in. He wants me to pick the hammer. Yellow Toad back there is not much of a strategist. Okay, so this is one of the first battles in the game in which we have seen a sort of double displacement using both the radial move and the axial move, let's call them. One of the first times we've actually seen them both in action in terms of manipulating enemies into a single stack. Let's unzip that. It's like a box of Pretz or Pocky. Okay, that unlocks the item shop. That's going to be very helpful. That is once we have the bridge repair. So that's all Toads rescued. We know, of course, that we're not done here yet. We've got plenty to go. That's going to unseal the bridge. Look at that crane that has been dunked in the water. Here's a free sample. It's just going to be a mushroom. I don't know how mushrooms are going to cap out. I think we currently have 6 in the inventory. Yeah, 6. Don't really know if there's going to be a limit on those. Our red streamer is, of course, leading us over to this zone over here. We're not going to touch that yet. I do want to hang around town, explore the museum, poke around, see what we have unlocked so far. possibly find some passageway to get up to the one big Goomba that we have so far failed to defeat. I really don't see a way up there yet, but maybe it has something to do with this. I can't really get on that. Yeah, I don't really see a way to get up there at the moment. You can see that there is something that you can unseal, like a staircase that will come down when you get up top. So you would have to get up to the top section. You would have to pull the seal. The seal comes down and creates some stairs. It does mean that we do need an approach from the top side. That the approach from the top side won't actually be available until such time as either A, we can cross that gap that was inside this hut, or B, find some other traversal solution to get back up there. So I think it might just be unavailable for the time being now, and is unavailable by design. So let's get up there and check it. Yeah, unavailable by design, as far as I can tell. Unless, of course, you can jump on the banisters somehow. Jump on railings. Yeah. That's not going to be it. Now, I don't know if the fellows in here... nope, one of them was an enemy, one was a bonus location. None of that's going to be particularly instructive. Yeah, let's head back out. So this must have been the weapon shop, right? No, Battle Lab. It's still not open as yet. Item shop should be open, though, when we get back there. What was this? Right, just a house. Did we go through the back door of this place? I thought we had. But for the life of me, I cannot actually remember. Oh, we're gonna have a bit of a reversal here. That does allow me to hit the backyard and collect number 5. I think it is a reasonable surmise, though, that at this point, not all of Toad Town is available just yet. We'll have to rebuild it with a bit of a concerted effort. Accessory shop is not the weapon shop that we were looking for. What was the weapon shop then? Would have been on the other side. Let's wrap around back there. And in the meantime, also check the museum. First visit to Musée Champignon. The Super Marino, a legendary vessel of the legendary Captain Toad. Now it looks like we'll probably need to just commandeer this and fly eventually. I kind of get the sense that it is going to be relevant later in the adventure, and maybe take us up to space. Well, why don't we explore the museum a bit? And I don't know if I'm going to do much for me here. Looks like this is based on some kind of Toad rescue. Who knows? Oh, okay. Rack of Toad points. I wonder if the toad points are divided by zone. Red Streamer is an area that we have not really hit yet, I don't think. But we have 13, which means I can unlock a couple of these, but let me just yeah, plug in some toads for the time being and unlock these with a greedy strategy. Let's feel this. Oh, let's take a look. Yeah, it looks like it is just a bit of a design gallery. Showing you each of these successive zones. What is this place? Ah, yes, the dungeons. Okay, really just showing you the locations so far. That's not going to be all that involved. But it does perhaps give us a little bit of perspective as to how much there is to unlock. Rather unique exhibit we are pleased to offer you at the Musée Champignon. Forms of origami toes, okay. So that's just the different ways we have managed to uncover them from objects so far. Wonder if I actually am able to unfold it? No, I can just watch it flutter. That's kind of neat that we have an origami collection. I wish I could see how they were folded or unfolded to, you know, just view a bit of a folding animation to demonstrate how they were put together. It seems like it would be. I think that would be much more valuable to have in a game like this where, you know, the idea is that you have to buy into the fact that these were properly folded as origami in the first place to these wonderful, spectacular patterns. Okay, so we'll eventually earn some kind of trophy for collecting everything we can. And yeah, it's going to come with a number of descriptions for each item. The camp speaker. Ah, yes, that's right, because we broke that thing. And yeah, we have another shelf. Kind of a nice display case, actually. Origami Character Gallery. Here you'll find perfectly preserved origami specimens from the journey. And it's just the enemy gallery, okay. And here's the swoop. Low attacks won't cut it, so don't bother with hammer. Yeah, we figured as much. They nab your coins in battle. Okay, that's an interaction that we didn't actually see at all. I don't think I've actually been hit yet in this game. Notice that a few bars of the museum music actually resemble the Wii Sports theme. If you listen very carefully, you can hear a few snatches of the same melody having been reworked. We'll see if the sound gallery has actually unlocked that yet. Aha, okay, so we need to do a complete hull repair, and that's going to correlate to our progress in this gallery. Check your fix rate. Okay, that's rather important, actually. So why don't we check the map, see how we are doing. Graffiti Underground still has a little bit to work with, but then we didn't follow the toad that was washed out earlier. Looks like there's one additional block that we just have not seen. Looks like we're missing some holes. Missing a lot of collectibles here, but we haven't really gotten a chance to traverse much of town just yet. Yeah, we'll clean that up as we go. Okay, so this is the item shop guy. Back to his 18-hour days. And let's see how we can arm ourselves with a slightly more extensive arsenal. Look at this series of boots right here. Do you spend generously? Yeah, we can do that. Stronger than regular boots, and they can stop spiked enemies. I wonder if that's a limited use. It certainly looks like it is. Buy in bulk? Not a huge savings. Yeah, sure, let's buy it. I just got a weapon. I can use weapons to attack during battles. I have to equip them first. And it has limited durability, so let's... I mean, iron boots look like they will be pretty useful, so let's grab a few extras just to keep a few in tow. We've got lots of money to spend. Wonder if I can actually trade out the basic weapons? No, I can't. Okay. It looks like we might be a little bit limited for space there, so let's not get too aggressive. And sure, let's stock up on some flowers. Why not? Not that we have used a single item yet, but might as well just prepare ourselves to blast through everything. Yeah, okay, and on we go to the red zone, presumably. I don't really see that there's anything else we can work with here, so... Back to the top corner we go. I mean, it might be worthwhile to check the underground zone once more, simply because it looked like we were fairly close to total completion. And so perhaps in the graffiti underground there was not that much left to do. See if this guy has anything new to tell us. Yeah, look at these tracks over here. It certainly seems like Luigi Kart has been driven all the way over to its next destination. Ah, okay, here's the patch up that we did not do earlier. It's 100% of holes. And there was, I think, one additional block that we just didn't hit. Don't really know if there's anything that we can do to interact with the graffiti. I don't really think so. I think it's just a rewarding piece of artwork. So yeah, there was one other thing that we needed to do here, and I think it was hitting a block. So we'll just look for an invisible block location. Not really seeing anything too suspicious yet. Could be, once again, something that is dependent on our ability to traverse water. So yeah, not really seeing what other options there could be. But, you know, might as well be diligent about this, might as well make our way across to the other end. Don't know if I actually checked up here. There we go. That's 100% of blocks hit. Let's check the map to see if there's anything else to do here. Nope, Graffiti Underground is all done. The fact that we still had some things to do in the Whispering Woods, though, tells me that it might be worthwhile to go back. Because it is quite possible that we just missed a whole bunch of things that are, in fact, completable at this stage. I'm gonna just pop back out. And yeah, we'll just wrap around as we did before. Definitely quite a lot here that we haven't seen yet, but we'll just have to work with that. Nothing going on up there. Okay. And yeah, let's just head back out to the Whispering Woods. Actually, no, there's no point in doing that yet because one of the things that we need to mop up there will almost certainly depend on restoring the fellow who runs the barbecue hut. Even though we have seen no sign of that yet, it seems like it's probably not possible to progress there further at this stage. And since it's not possible to progress there further, we may as well head over to Zone 1 and finally get into the Picnic Road. I do recognize this spot from some of the early promotional content. Yeah, so far we are about 3 hours into the game, and so we kind of consider this Zone 1 of the game because we're following the first streamer. I do think it's a bit of a long tutorial zone, but the Luigi of Toads here, of course, just realizing that as Kermit the Frog discovered quite some time ago, it ain't easy being green. I'm going to lead into it, I'm going to find a green hat, throw a stash, work on my sneer. I don't think Luigi really sneers. Mamma mia. Yeah, you did that admirably. Okay, gonna restore some confetti, that'll be quite useful. And how much we had to spend just now. And bright blooming flowers and abundant sunshine. I don't know, that's a very good idea, Olivia. So, let's try to uncover as much of this as possible. See a couple of cardboard enemies lying about. It's going to crush that with a bit of environmental detail. I'll sneak up on that one who's trying to consume and fold the toad on the left side. Yeah, everybody else missed a picnic too. I don't think that's really the biggest loss in the world, so we are finally going to fight a couple of Shy Guys here. Let's see how they're going to be doing for HP. Don't really know what those X markers are. That might be for 1.5 bonus, but it's not entirely clear to me just yet. In any case, we are going to have access to a second attack here. Maybe a bit of a guideline for how to initially line things up. kind of like a hook for the geometric solution that you are ultimately going for. This guy doesn't want to be unflattened. I feel like I need to deny him that pleasure, but... Okay, he's going to dash off all the way, then fine. Is this guy going to comment on it at all? It's going to comment on this being a very appropriate zone for a picnic, but why don't we... Let's try to wrap around. Actually, you know, I'm going to scatter some confetti first, just to spend some of it while we're still able. Probably just whack this guy as well. Yeah, so far not geometrically that challenging yet, but it looks like lining up the ones that are denoted by the markers is pretty much what we need to do in order to get the optimal arrangement to knock everything out in one shot. Yeah, getting quite a lot of those bonuses down. And collect all of that. This looks almost suspicious, but I don't think that is actually anything useful. Out of confetti, okay. Alright, just going to run around and try to build back up to at least yellow. Not too bad, we only have a 3-color indicator for that meter. Just knocking this down would have allowed me to fill things up a little faster. Whack that guy on ahead and let's continue. Yeah, it looks like lining up these guys is pretty much just going to be the name of the game. Whoops, no, we messed that up. Did I need to cancel? Yeah. Hang on. Nope. There we go, just in time, just in time. That was slightly sloppier than any of our previous attempts, but kind of nice to see that we do have to keep on our toes a little bit to line everything up, and that there is actually a bit of an undo button for when we do make mistakes. Yeah, it's too bad that as you tap your way through to concentric rings, it seems like the D-pad buttons only take you through in one direction. It would have been nice to be able to reverse that. Select rings by going back and forth rather than just iterating outward. So, some kind of situation involving the Koopas. A bad situation. Before we do that, I'm going to head back to where we were earlier. Velu Mental Temple. Donate, worship, and donate again? Well, that's only vaguely cultish. Playing too much Animal Crossing, first instinct was to catch that butterfly, but in case we'll snap that toad out of it, and that was, in fact, something worth checking. Let's wrap our way inside. Not really going to do much for me here, other than give me a flower. Okay. I'm sure that that crane down there is actually important. Might be a disguised toad in its own right. Going to have a two-wave battle as the second Goomba decides to join the fray. Okay. Looks like we actually need to move this back first. And yep, pop all of them at once. And hammer these guys. It's going to be pretty straightforward. Wave 2. 2 moves on a ring. Yeah. Pretty straightforward there. Now, clearly your speed actually does affect something when it comes to how quickly you put the puzzle together. I think it might just affect your score when the coins are tallied up. A little bit difficult for me to tell at this stage, of course. But yeah, no problem whatsoever, just stocking up tons of coins. I wonder if... Aha! Okay. Pretty straightforward there. Okay. Got an exit pipe over there that might eventually turn out to be something interesting, but for the time being, we'll see if there's a way to perhaps get over to this toad here in this location. Probably a way of activating the umbrella, which will hopefully stay active. We drop down and see what the Koopa situation is. Something to do with that Vellumental temple, I'm sure. He's telling me something about accessories. I don't actually have any. I'm pretty sure I don't have any, at least at this stage. Match and remove. Yeah, we don't have anything. So, wrap around, rescue more toads. This looks like actual story progression as we approach the gates. Ah, accessory shop guy, okay. Kind of want to go back right away and see what that's all about, given that we're fairly close to the town. Let's tap the save block for the time being. Wrap back up to the top section of the picnic area. Already kind of forgot the official name of the picnic area, but why don't we just fill out all the gaps we can. See what's going on with the toad ship. In a real bind? Yeah, that's one way to put it. Wrap around. This looks like a rocky wrench. I guess we'll have to untie the streamer first. Meantime, we'll see. Let's see. Thank you, Mario. I was wondering how I already had this written. Yeah. That's mildly suspicious. Built crazy junk. Did that Monty Mole just, or Rocky Wrench seriously just try to would have us rather than would have? That seems very unlike Nintendo to let something idiomatic like that slip by in a way that could unduly influence the children, but he does not, unfortunately, order a burrito. It makes me wonder how else that comes out in localization. Looks like we'll have to spend some confetti in order to get that patched up. Yeah, I mean, very clear, of course, that the temple entrance with the Koopas is where I'm supposed to go. Is, of course, exactly why we are also avoiding it for a time being and progressing however else we can. Oh, whoops. Stepped a little bit far in that location. And yeah, let's unlock this guy. Not quite as good as flying, I think. Let's talk to him and see if he has anything insightful to say. Flying for very short periods of time? No, I would say he's falling with style. Suspicious looking arrow. What does this become? Just another toad. Ah, Battle Lab. Okay. Great. Great. Of how you can gradually unlock the population, get all the shops up and running. And a pipe shortcut. Okay, we do in fact want the pipe shortcut. Free gift for new members. I feel like Battle Lab might be one potential way to get a bit more mileage out of the battle systems we've seen so far. That it would be worth a look. In the meantime, let's just do all the patching up we can. Aha! Full package of confetti, that's very important to have. Yeah, I'm hitting every tree around here to answer that question. Didn't actually check in on a Koopa emergency, but apparently there is a warp pipe ahead of us, so... Oh, except this is the way to progress, so maybe we should head back down and see what's going on. Yeah, Olivia, you do that. Oh, we have some kind of news notification. The accessory shop is now open. Okay. These guys are going to try to get a bit of an ambush going. A psychic, okay. We will have a fortune shop open as well. Pretty simple. Yep, pretty straightforward so far. And yeah, just going to get a bit of a precursor whack on that guy. Yeah, it looks like the guide markers really do solve half the puzzle for you in some ways. And I think without those kind of spatial hints, we'd have a more of an interchange of being punished for mistakes and for having spatial reasoning that matters a bit more than it does right now. Because I see a lot of potential in these systems, but not a lot yet that actually pushes you to do much with them, and so, you know, it might be worthwhile at this point to step back and take a look at that battle lab. Of course, I say that not having unlocked our warp point yet. It'd be important to do so. You see a couple of Koopas gathered around that multi-ball. Oh no, there's the one pipe. I actually see the one pipe. So why don't we do the one pipe first? And let's just go around this guy for now. Insects are people too. Please be kind to our creepy, many-legged friends and approach slowly. Well, I mean, given that a good number of them are just disguised toads, I think the approach to said insects will just be to pop them whenever possible, so. Listen to the fishes jumping in a river. I wonder if that's an important clue. Looks like we have a treasure chest down there on the lower level, as you can see, just barely out of view. Something to keep in mind. Spinies, of course, are going to be vulnerable to the hammer and iron boots, but not the standard boots, so we'll see what kind of damage numbers they're going to pull here. Ring moves too. I think I would rather get these into a hammer cluster. Oh, maybe not. Hang on. Let's... yeah, move them down this way. There we are. Yeah, being able to undo the configuration is a big deal. When you do, it makes some input errors or just move order errors. Okay, looks like it's going to be a bit of a catching game. I wonder if I can actually somehow stop these guys by surprise. It is in fact possible to constrain them somehow. So far it looks like we don't quite understand what the interaction should be yet, but we also see our first sign of a Paragoomba. So why don't we just whack that and see what else we can do with it. It's going to bring along quite a crew. And 2 moves, okay. Pretty simple. Don't know if a single jump just lops off the wings. It does, but they look disabled and unable to attack, so hopefully they do in fact leave us alone. What's also unknown to me, because I've never actually seen the enemies take a second turn, is that I don't know if the enemy will actually do any kind of reconfiguration. Oh, this is like the first time we've actually been attacked in this game. It's going to try to do a couple of blocks and defend. Probably should have taken out one stack at a time instead. And okay, so looks like we'll just line those up like that. Perfect lineup. I I guess perfect would just be referring to taking him out with a single move. Okay. Yeah, I don't really know there's much I can do here to slow these guys down. That guy's going to get a drop on me, but smashing him while his head is down seems like it's going to probably make them jumpable. Certainly looks vulnerable, and we'll do that. And the enemy is going to have enough hit points to work with. Okay. That toad in the back would whistle if he knew how. Yeah, still not sure how to actually hit these guys. There was some kind of clue about the insects earlier. Why don't we take a look at that once again? Approach slowly. Okay. Same as Animal Crossing, just approach slowly. Slowly. Ah, there we go. More jumping, and he might have thrown actual legs. I'm sure he would have. Ah, yeah. It's when the little insect sees me. This little grasshopper. Grasshopping is the worst. I'll take his word for it. Calling all savings seekers, coupon clippers, and thrifty types alike. Sure. Miracle Orb, interesting. A shell stone. Oh, I guess that's for the emergency that we saw at the gate earlier. Okay, so it's going to be an auctioneer. You know what, we can actually afford 10,000. I wonder if he would let us buy it for 10,000. Probably not. I bet we can do it. Shady above ground molder is probably a more efficient way to do that, but no, I'm just going to pony up to 10k. I mean, I guess that would partly explain just how generous this game has been to us so far in terms of earnings. It was probably a way to say no to that and get the price down, but I'm just going to pay up to 10k and do everything efficiently. Can we whack them all? Isn't that what moles are for? Okay, so here is the one pipe that's going to take us back to the museum, which will be nice. I'm certainly looking for something like that. Yeah, I would thank him too. And let's tear this off. Maybe restore some of these other spots while we're here. Since we are still able to do so, and looks like it's gonna block the bridge. Okay. Do I want to deal with that guy right now? I don't know if I do. Okay, no. Tried to approach him from the side, and that was not gonna work. Looks like that's just almost fully blocked, except for blocking like that. Let him turn around slowly. Turn around slowly. Just have to repeat that a few times. And hey, Chicken Chips, welcome. Just saw you come in. And yeah, definitely want to deal with him. He's not very bright, and that seems like it's probably the way to go. Yeah, Chicken Chips, hope you're doing well. I don't know if you've playing this at all or just watching. Leave me alone, you folded freaks. I'll never surrender. And yeah, he was about to surrender. Well, not while I'm around. And yeah, probably should have taken that pipe. But in the meantime, we'll just smash all the rocks. Ah, okay, you've got a tab open. Deciding on games. Well, what else are you choosing between then? Between this and other options you might have in mind? I've played a fair bit on the Switch, if you're looking for some kind of recommendation. I actually still have one of the online vouchers to spend myself. And so I'm also going to be shopping for something soon enough. Luigi's Mansion 3 and Ring Fit are the ones on your mind. Yeah, I've heard that Ring Fit has actually had a lot of supply constraints on it, just from a lot of people ordering it in during the lockdown conditions. So that I can't really speak for, except that people who do have it seem to have enjoyed it quite a bit. I'm now cursed to bite a head of Toad. Luigi's Mansion, I will say, was very satisfying. You know, very much a straightforward puzzle exploration adventure. I don't know if you are that familiar with the series up to this point, but it's kind of like a lot of the best of what made both the first and second game work. In that you have the contiguous environment of the first game, and that you are exploring the mansion as this, you know, very large series of puzzle stages, and you kind of have the freedom to go back and forth as you will. But then at the same time, you have a lot of the big set pieces like the second game. I feel like this one here has been getting off to a bit of a slow start so far. I'm fairly early on, I'm still in the first zone. But it has felt mostly like tutorials so far, and I would say that, you know, Luigi's Mansion for one definitely gets off to a much faster start. Yeah. Luigi's Mansion is very, very good, I would say. Depending on how much you like, you know, puzzle adventures that are much more about exploration, much more about, you know, poking into suspicious locations. And, yeah, it's a very interesting game in that it is just one very fascinating environment after another, just kind of stacked together with no real downtime. Slow starts can be draining, but as long as they give you freedom, yeah, that's very true. I am kind of waiting for this combat system to become a little more interesting. Like, the fundamentals are definitely here to make this very interesting once some encounters start popping up that really start pushing the difficulty. But right now, like, it was only a few minutes ago that we were actually damaged for the first time this game, and so it has felt like lots of tutorial in some ways. Not tutorial in terms of having messages to deal with, that has actually been very sparse and efficient. But in terms of feeling like I have been mostly doing introductory content. But that's partly because I've been playing very slowly and poking around and exploring everything I can. I'm actually going to head back to town and see what has unlocked with the new shops that we've opened up since the last time I checked in. Yeah, Luigi's Mansion I can definitely vouch for. It is a very inventive game. And yeah, let's just walk back and see what the accessories are all about. I don't know anything about the accessory system in this game just yet because the shop just opened up. Battle Lab is actually just to our left here. Yeah, because Chicken Chips, the thing is that so far the setups have been simple enough that you can just kind of watch the opening animation and within 1 or 2 steps it's very easy to just get a one-hit kill from memory. Let's see, the toad you saved in front of the Earth of Elementals temple? Yeah. Yeah, I didn't actually stream Luigi's Mansion because I played it before I started a Twitch stream. But it's one that I think is actually kind of worth going into blind as well. Because, you know, you get a very simple moveset. The moveset and your character progression in terms of your HP and such doesn't actually change over the course of Luigi's Mansion, but your attention to the environment changes as you play the game. And so the more you play, the more you develop an eye for looking for secrets. So it's one of those games that, you know, there's no real RPG-style character progression or anything, but it is very much about developing a base of knowledge. Okay, Time Plus. Confetti Vacuum. I kind of like both of these. I have so much cash lying around, I may as well just be greedy and buy everything. Will give me a little more of a buffer for experimentation, perhaps. And, you know, the less wandering around we have to do for confetti, the better. Let's just buy everything. I find that I'm always just so flush with cash in games like this anyway. Just given that they are so gently tuned. You hear his moveset sucks? Yeah, that's very true. That's pretty much exactly what's going on there. Now, is there some kind of item budget? No, I think you actually are just limited to 1 accessory per category. I would assume that's the restriction that's going on here. And so, yeah, it looks like these are likely to be a category of field accessories that do something for you in the overworld, like manipulate the collection mechanics. These all look like they're going to be some kind of clock manipulation. We have no idea what these are just yet. So, let's head over to the Battle Lab and see what that's all about. Cash Money Bling Bling, yeah. Yeah, Luigi's Mansion, though, is one of those games where it also gives you tons of cash that are only really useful for the score at the end. Like the way that it's tuned, you know, there's nothing to really spend on during the game unless you're just mopping up the map at the very end and you want some hints. But it is one where, you know, the whole point is to hoard tons of cash because it improves your final score. And, yeah. Okay, so have a bit of a liquor cabinet here. And here is the Battle Laboratory. Now that we're under threat from those folded freaks, my setup may be of some use to you. Okay, so hopefully we'll see if maybe the challenge rooms that we see here give us a bit more of a reason to engage with the battle systems a little more energetically than we've done so far. Doesn't seem like that does anything more specifically. This is just a bit of a training timing thing. Not yet. Let's take a look at what each of these pads are first. Hammer training. Okay. These are timing trainers. Okay, that's actually kind of neat. Not quite. This is something that would have been, in fact, quite useful in the earlier games. Early. Not too late. There we go. Needs a bit of practice, that's all. Yeah, okay, let's get out of here. I've barely been able to practice dodge timing simply because I've barely been attacked in this game. I've been attacked like maybe once. Whoops. Thought he was going to jump out at me. Okay. Perfect block. Don't know if there's a partial block. Mad fun in a gym? Yeah. I think it would be. This is a suspicious looking door. Private enemy machine. What is this? This is a series of rings. Okay, let's take a look at this thing over here. Ring training machine, I guess. That's for working on patterns. No one will attack you. Problems. Okay, no, let's do this. Puzzles. I like spatial puzzles. Speed rings mode, where you get 100 seconds to clear as many enemy lineups as you can. Yeah, let's do this. So I find, once again, that the systems here are pretty interesting. It's just that we haven't seen challenging content yet, and maybe this will be how we can do it. Year 10. Let's do it. So do we need to match colors? Line up the toads? Yep. Okay, we have very little time to do this, as you can see. Just a couple seconds at a time. And yeah, we can be fairly quick about that. Puzzle number 3. Sometimes just needs to remember what the input is for switching between those lines. Oh, no, that was wrong. That was wrong. No, we only have one move remaining. Hang on. Turn the... No, that's not quite right. I actually need to shift them in such a way that you can actually have both of them on the outside. Okay. Hang on just a moment. Oh, I see. So the score actually counts up on the timer. That's how we're messing this up. Because we only have 2 moves, it looks like... Only 2 moves, though. So I would ultimately actually want to shift one of these guys down. Hang on. No, that's not going to be it. Oh, this is actually the first one that's not been immediately obvious, like, in this entire game, so it's kind of invigorating to see that. So we are limited to just 2 moves. Huh. Yeah, it looks like we actually needed to move like that. And then, like, slide 2 together. Oh, I get it, I think. Not quite. Needed to do this how? Okay. Funny, like this is the first one that's been just non-trivial. Because we only have 2 moves available. No. There was some kind of sequential move. Oh, is that it? Really? Oh, jeez. Okay, no, I was completely overthinking it. I was completely overthinking it. Thought there were going to be 2 interdependent moves. Let's try to just get through this once more. Maybe it'll be slightly randomized so that it's not based on memory. We'll see if that's actually going to be the case. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking when I jumped in that puzzle there. I was just completely looking at it the wrong way because I thought it would be dependent somehow on the line move, and it was clearly not the case. Everything else here has been going by fairly quickly. And this is going to be from the line move? Yeah. I think they are the same puzzle zone, so that's almost a little bit too bad because it... Whoops. There we go. It's going to have them in 2 tight clusters. Okay, 2 moves. And it certainly looks like we want them in 2 hammer clusters. And this one, I think, is also going to be based on hammer clusters, except I would need to move this guy out first. Yeah, always the case of getting stuck viewing it one way. Yeah, that's just very vulnerable to tunnel vision. That's very true. And that's going to be through the center ring whoops, here. Whoops. Sometimes just getting the inputs down right. Puzzle 8. This is purely going to be line moves. No, it's not going to be purely line moves because you have to rotate first, don't you? And... Actually, no, I got it. We'll give these guys the hammer configuration. Give these guys the line configuration. Not going to be the speediest thing in the world. The fact that it is maybe the same, identical puzzles does sort of make me wonder a bit. Okay, we want the middle to be moved. No, I got it. Get the hammer set up on the purple cluster. Yeah, it seems like breaking a record time might just be dependent on memory and speed if the puzzles don't actually change over. But this would... No, I actually want to get some of these rotated first, don't I? Get that rotated, and then how would that set up over there form a line? Too much spacing. Hang on. Certainly feels like I need a line move like this. Yeah, there we go. There we go. That would be maybe a little bit too long for a standard battle, but we'll just tentatively set time of 140. I don't know if there are anything like metal benchmarks, or if it's just enough to clear that. Let's do level 2. Oh, it's not unlocked yet. Okay. Speed rings. Okay, we have 100 seconds to do as many of these as we can. Ring moves 2. One moment. Yeah. No, it's going to be too slow to get us a particularly good score here, but... It looks like, once again, that's going to be a rotate on those guys. Much routed levels unlock as you beat the previous one? Yeah. I'd prefer that as well. Because, like, I find these spatial puzzles to be very interesting. And I wish I was already seeing something of this complexity with where I currently am in the game. So, okay, looks like we want to rotate. I mean, I can always just move these guys down and move this one like that. 3 hammer clusters. Kind of rapidly running out of time here, but looks like that's going to be a hammer cluster down there. That one down here. Yeah, because this is actually really, really satisfying content. I'm quite happy with this, but I don't really know what's going on here with the one blue. I don't know if I'm just supposed to slot him in or something. I actually feel like I don't know what this is. Maybe I'm just supposed to get the blue into that one slot there. I actually don't know what this is about. 3... I feel like that's something that I haven't actually seen or been trained on yet. Actually, that particular setup. 4 lineups solved, okay. Now let's see if this one is randomized at all, or if it is the same order. He's feeling blue because he's alone, yeah. I think that's quite true. Like, as long as they are all hittable in a specific number of attacks, that seems to be what's going on there. Let's see here. No. 2 moves. Ah, yeah, no. Okay. Took a little bit too long with that one. And that's going to be displaced by 2. Yeah. Whoops. Sometimes the inputs aren't doing exactly what I necessarily intend. 2 moves. That's going to be probably a ring move over here. Followed. Whoops. What did I cancel out of that? Followed by hammer position here. Ah, no, that's wrong. Too much of a gap. In that case, yeah, actually I need to have like an alternating sequence like this, right? Followed by a central rotation that gives me what? Hang on. Or I rotate these guys first. And then that would perhaps bring everything back to position. No, because that's still in the center ring. Okay. That looks like it is. Yeah. There we are. Oh, wow. I'm only on puzzle 4 and I'm already out of time. Okay. Seems like I actually didn't even manage to get back to my previous record. This is a fairly straightforward straightforward one too. Again, we just need to adjust the toad position onto purples with a line move and then a radial move on the third ring on the outside. Yeah, okay, thank you for coming by, Chicken Chips. Whichever game you choose, I hope you enjoy that as well, and would be happy to see you around, so you have a good day. Speed rings, I see. So this is first place, second place, third place. Let's do this. It is partly randomized, I think, so might as well develop my eye for this. And it's nice that it doesn't have the hint markers on it, just kind of spoiling everything for you right away. Hey, Awesome Lap, welcome. As you can see, currently doing a bit of a puzzle mode that just unlocked very early on in this game. It's giving me easier puzzles now, probably because I failed at the earlier set so badly. Either that or the puzzles actually are randomized somehow, so... And, okay, so I probably... Yeah. That'll work. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. I don't know if you're still busily Mario making. We'll be back to Mario Maker tomorrow, for sure, so that's still very much on the schedule. I feel like I want to manipulate this such that the central rotation of one of these guys is going to be enough to line everything else up. Either that or we... Hang on. Whoops. Get the hammer inputs to... Let's see, we are limited to 2 moves here, as you can see, so I have to think very carefully about how we're going to pair these up. It's not going to be a pattern that I'm looking for. I do want, ultimately, a radial move here, which tells me that I need to do what to manipulate the other ones. Actually, possibly just, yeah, align that, which tells me that I need to align this one first. Okay, I took way too long on this one. I think I was just about to have that, I just needed to get the order sorted out. Yeah, it is very satisfying to just kind of master this, because none of the main game content has really been pushing these kind of geometric puzzles thus far. Like, and there's clearly so much promise in this battle system when it comes to making things like this possible. Okay, that's going to be a fairly quick setup of the 3 hammer clusters. This puzzle is of a format that we've kind of seen before. It is partly randomized, I guess, but it is a set of pre-programmed puzzles. I mean, everything would be scrambled with a finite number of moves anyway. So it is just kind of a pattern recognition exercise, where the more we see these, likely the faster we can get through them. Now, I don't really know what this is all about. We have not gotten far enough into the game to know why the color sequences matter. Like, I don't know if it's that I need to get them all in a row, or... Whoops. Nope. Puzzle number 4. Wait a second. Yeah, because we've only been doing the color matching so far, and I guess maybe we just needed to line all of these. Whoops. I don't know if there's a specific sequence that would matter, or if this counts as a line. Yeah, it counts as a line. So we just need everything to be nukeable in a finite number of attacks. And And how is this going to work? Looks like I want to bring this... maybe this whole thing over here. And... we have 3 moves. We can do 2 rotations. So given that I can do 2 rotations, I can just do this. No, that's wrong. That is quite wrong. Yeah, that's quite wrong, actually. So far, record 4 puzzles. This is a very addictive mode. I feel like trying to get past more of these and trying to break this record in particular is going to be quite satisfying. Okay, this one's fairly easy to spot. No, hang on. Up this guy. I'm going to be quick about the ones where we already have a good spatial sense for the solutions that would be involved. Hang on just a second. Seems like just rotating these into position is probably going to do the trick. The battle system is interesting, but I haven't really seen it used to its potential yet, which is why I'm playing the puzzle mode right now, because in the main game, I'm still kind of in the first chapter, but it is, right now, something that kind of feels like it's mostly tutorial content, in that, you know, it took me ages to even get damaged for the first time, and so like the stuff I'm doing now is already making much better and much more advanced use of the battle system than what we had seen previously. But yeah, I totally understand why the new Paper Marios can be controversial. So we have 3 ring moves that are available, and that's fine. We want to probably just... that's wrong, actually. Let's give them 2 spaces. There we go. I see. The color matching is meant as a bit of an easy mode guide early on in these puzzles. Once you lose the color matching, you actually have to, you know, play the game. But yeah, this is really satisfying to do. And satisfying to do quickly, too. Which... okay, we have 2 ring moves available. These are easy puzzles, so I feel like I'm drawing some fairly simple ones from the randomizer, and just occasionally getting blocked by one that is a little more involved. So we have 2 ring moves available this time. And that's a fairly simple one to do. Okay, that's going to be 8 solved. Let's see if we can do this one in 5 seconds, 4.5 seconds. Probably not, to be honest. This one I would need to take a look at a little more carefully. So yeah, new record. And let's try to improve my time on this one. It hasn't given me access to level 2 just yet, which I think may require just progressing further in the game. I don't think it's a time-based unlock, at least that's not really my impression. Yeah, this one is always going to give you 10 puzzles. And... yeah. Just have to nail them as quickly as you can. I don't know if it's going to get much more complex than allowing me to do both the radial and line moves. Once again, quite a lot of room for complexity that I feel has not really been exploited that much yet. But we can probably at least get some really interesting records going in this mode. As long as we don't get particularly stumped by any individual puzzle. Puzzle number 7. Okay. We have 2 moves available that will probably be something that involves a radial move somehow. Something like this. And then what do we do to get those additional 2 rotations? It looks like a... Let's see. Get that going like that. How do we get them clustered up again? Either that, or I move that one here. And that's not really going to give me the cluster that I want. So, not going to be that. Move that down on the other side. Nope, that's still going to be 3 moves. Yeah, and that's why we got a really at 142nd time earlier. Was simply because we got jammed on something very specific like this one. A bit of a danger in the battle system because they can only throw a limited number of puzzles. Maybe so. It's based on a scrambling algorithm where they start with a solved position and then the game scrambles it for you. When you actually play the standard battles, it shows you the scrambling, and actually it becomes a little bit memory dependent because of that. At least in the early content we've seen so far. In the puzzles, maybe it's not that simple. Because it is following the same sort of logic that you would see in something like a Rubik's Cube, for instance, where you do have a solved starting state and a finite number of moves that will kind of shuffle the interdependent pieces out of the way. Okay, I gotta concentrate on this somehow, because I'm just totally blowing this one. I can, however, displace these ones such that we have 2 separate rings. It's still 3 moves. I may just be kind of having a bit of tunnel vision on this one and just missing something really obvious. Could be like this. No, because it's the middle ring. I might actually just want to see the solution on this one, I think. I solved something analogous to this earlier and I just did not get it, so... Is that really it? Oh, you know what? I was having tunnel vision on the same thing earlier. It's just extremely simple and... Yeah, I was just completely not focused on it. Okay, never mind. There's no excuse for missing a pattern like that. Absolutely no excuse. That's not even a difficulty spike, that was just like, brain fart. Your brain fart. So. Okay, I just want to improve my record of 140 and then I'll probably get back to the main adventure after that. But yeah, for this mode here, where you just do level 1 up to 10, it does look like there is a finite number of setups. For the other mode, which is the one that you do in terms of the 100-second timer kind of giving you a survival challenge, that has much more random variety to it in terms of chasing the high scores, and so that one feels a lot more invigorating in that it is not going to be dependent on any kind of memorization. Yeah, don't know why I find that one so hard to visualize. That one we saw just now. Okay. Hang on. Sometimes getting a good input sequence down is half the battle. Okay. And, you know, just from practicing this up, of course, it's just going to make the problem of the difficulty of the main game content, in some ways, even more pronounced than it already is in terms of how trivial it tends to be in comparison. Okay. This should generally go much faster. As long as we don't spend 100 seconds on puzzle 10, I should probably be fine. And yeah, it looks like moving those two down. This might also... Hang on. Like that, yeah. Yeah, just being able to visualize those lateral moves that cross the central axis and use the wrap around the edge, that's the most difficult thing to visualize for sure. Particularly when you have some moves that are going to be interdependent. So that's not going to give me any kind of unlock, so why don't we tap out of here for now and just continue to explore the battle training zone. Not fully installed yet. VR and boss battle machine. So I guess there must be a bit of a boss rush challenge mode where once you beat the bosses, you get to have timed rematches. That's what I would assume, just given what I'm reading here. Anyway, this was really satisfying to run. I think at this point we do want to get back to the main adventure, though. And yeah. Okay, the warp point is going to be back at the museum, so we'll take that. Yeah, so far the game I think has gotten off to a bit of a slow start, even by the standards of Paper Mario. We are of course still in Zone 1. Part of that, of course, is that I've been spending my time doing side content pretty much as soon as it opens up, so I have been taking it slowly. And yeah, the paratroopers, of course, taking 2 hits as they do in an actual Mario game. Goombas, rather. Power Goombas, they were the first thing and maybe the only thing in the game that has actually hit me. As the only thing that has lived long enough to actually put up a fight. I missed this guy earlier. Wonder if he's also somebody who's going to reopen a shop. Maybe not. Oh, there's golf. Okay. I didn't actually see golf set up here earlier. That might have been a bit of a state change. Looks like there's going to be... Oh, no, it's not golf. It's just standard flagpole. Standard Mario flagpole. I don't know why it was... Because it's designed to look like a golf hole, that's why. And look at that. The flag is going to unfold into this guy who is finding it insanely difficult to speak. Oh. Yeah, as you can see, the Goombas are kind of marked in advance. But yeah, having a single move line them up is just what is going to give me the perfect bonus there. And then I do at this stage have a budget of 2 moves for the ring. 11 damage is going to be enough for the Goombas. Although that was a complete whiff on the timed attack on my part. Okay, let's throw a full bag of confetti on this thing here. That's going to run me mostly out of confetti. Feel free to Frolic and Skylark. You know, I actually hadn't checked a lot of these flowers for toads. That's one thing that I had not really inspected as a potential toad location. And so we'll just need to be attentive to that. Coming through here, that's probably something that's an exit from this temple that has remained unavailable to us, although that's probably because of the keystones that we were missing. Looks like there's one keystone that the Shy Guy is attempting to pull out, and we have already recovered one other one by paying up the nose to the Monty Mole that was pawning them off earlier. Well, I mean, they're Koopa Troopas. You can use your shell. Let's see why that's so difficult. Actually, pay attention to what species you are and embrace that ability. This looks like a popcorn machine. Although not currently spewing any popcorn for the visitors who have decided to come by the temple. I'm going to check this location first. All it looks like those crates were somewhat breakable. Oh, okay. This is going to allow me to rip off the part up top. Then, not rip it off rather, but just smack it. Your 12th toads, okay. Might as well check this location here. Not much going on. Certainly looked breakable earlier, but let's fight this guy and just get rid of him. They never saw it coming. Okay, I can spend to add time. In the meantime, I'm actually just thinking about the spatial puzzle before the clock even starts. Okay, so I can delay the timer. I'm not actually going to use that yet, I think. I think that... maybe... let's see here. I want to get that lined up. You want to get this guy back in order. So... could be that flipping them this way would not be the thing that does the trick. Oh, okay. Hang on. Okay, no, I completely blew that. So that's what happens when you actually fail one of these. I have not failed one of these at all in the main game so far, and so that was completely new to me. And without the damage multiplier, I only could do 9, so looks like we'll have to get a bit of defense down. Use an item. I mean, I could use the Fire Flower just to demo it, but I think it's probably better at this point if I just mop these up and soak the damage that I'm about to take. Punishment on all sides. Tower attack. Oh, yikes. That is scary. Okay, so that's what it's like to actually be hit in this game. That's a bit of an important thing to know. And that's the importance of actually doing some of the spatial puzzles. I actually kind of like that. I'm taking a bit of punishment for a change. Probably was a trivial solution to the layout we saw earlier. Although it was meant to be a tutorial in extending the clock, and so perhaps that setup was meant to be something that was a little more challenging. Okay, we've got one stone so far. Let's climb the mountain and grab the other 3. Yeah, I mean, we had a 10k coin dump earlier. I wasn't awfully concerned about it. But I found back when I played Color Splash that I had a ton more fun in Color Splash once I started just spending tons of resources all the time and spending greedily. Which really goes against my instincts as a player, because I tend to be a massive item hoarder. And it was kind of interesting to play Color Splash ahead of playing Breath of the Wild, because it also trained me in advance in how mentally I should be thinking about the durability systems in Breath of the Wild as well. That, like, when you have too many coins and too much inventory glut and everything, it is actually more fun to just spend like crazy and just try to blow everything out in one turn. Hasn't been so much of an issue in this game so much yet. I don't know if you're also playing this or if you're just spectating. But yeah, it does give you a ton of cash. That's very true. And so far, we haven't really had much to spend on, except for, of course, we spent 4k on the accessories. And 10k on the shellstone that we just plugged in, thanks to this guy. This guy over here. And yeah, just going to replenish some health and move on up to the next zone. Okay, so this is pretty much as far as we had explored here earlier. Yeah, but I think it's generally true that in terms of resource balance, that it is a much less thoughtful game in some ways than some of the older ones. And that's something that I know has been a complaint since Sticker Star, that it seems like they don't think very much about game balance outside of just making it playable in an easy mode. And let's see if we can fish. Get a good grip on ZL and ZR. And yeah, that's fair if it doesn't look like it interests you that much yet. I find that, you know, what the ring battle puzzles that I was doing when you came in, that was probably the most interesting thing I've done so far in terms of content that was very mentally engaging. Like, the rest of it is just sort of appreciating the artwork. And so far, the soundtrack has not impressed me as much as Color Splash either, because Color Splash really had that going for it, was that Color Splash just had a wonderful soundtrack. Okay. I see, okay, so we can kind of... Oh, I see, so flick to throw, okay, there we go. And then... Yeah, it's a bit of a strange motion control system as far as... let's see if I can do any of this. I assume that one of these is actually going to be necessary for capturing the quest orb. Very difficult to tell. Huh. Hang on. I actually learn how to do this. Yeah, there is a strange kind of motion system going on here. Ah, I see. It's using the wrong stick. No, because it's based on how you're pointing the stick. It's not based on like tank control, rotation, or anything like that. That's what I was getting wrong. You have to point in the direction you want rather than rotate towards the direction you want. And that's the issue. How do I actually reel it in? Okay, a bit early. I need to just wait a little bit for this to grab. Really sort of strange that, you know, fishing mechanics are just this incredibly popular space for game design. Too early. Okay, I have to follow Animal Crossing logic here in terms of when they actually have a capture animation. Okay, here we go. Actually got a cheap sheep for once. It's really small. Earned a cheap print. Okay, so this is going to be required for some form of collection. I'm not going to do this for very long because I think as a fishing system this is a little bit opaque. But I've always found a lot of fishing mechanics in games to be, you know, not that interesting anyway. I mean, they've been a very popular staple, particularly since Ocarina of Time, but it seems like, you know, every game just has fishing these days. Bomb fishing in Breath of the Wild was kind of interesting, but that's because it was bomb fishing. That's another small one. I kind of feel like one of these is going to give me the quest item, though, so that's why I'm trying this for the time being. At least see if anything big is going to come up. Getting some use out of the motion controls, at least. Oops. Ah, there's a big one. Got it. Over that guy. We'll see if that's anything substantial. Okay, that's going to be a fight. That's okay, we'll just add that to the collection screen. Okay, line them up. 3 ring moves, that's going to be fairly simple. Not the most efficient way of doing it, but we've got it. Yep. We'll tidy that up fairly quickly, and we'll see if that gives me any additional collectible here, and as I expected, quest item. Yeah, not really a mini game that I'm going to stick with, I think, unless it's required for any interesting form of collection. But I think for now we'll just move on. Oh, something's opened up. In town. Probably a fishing pond, to be honest. View your real accomplishments. At the Musée Champignon. Okay, so yeah, it's just one additional collection screen. Sure, we'll save here. We'll just assume that there's going to be something interesting up ahead. And yeah, that's why we need to save, because of the sniper thwomp coming down. That's a lot of sniper thwomps, actually. Hey, wait a minute, that's completely blind. No wonder it was warning me to save. Completely blind. What is that? Okay, let's see what this is all about. That was very, very blind, and so I don't actually know what the interaction is. I suppose it's maybe a quick time event where I'm supposed to just run away from the thwomps. Am I able to control this at all? Yes, I am. Okay. Yeah. This was one thing I kind of had an issue with in Color Splash as well, actually. Just the fact that... I mean, you know, this is a very easily resettable sequence, but... I just generally find do-or-die cutscene events to be pretty uninteresting. So... if there's anything else we can kick. Hey, Toad, can you stop playing with the streamer now? Okay. Well, I mean, it looks like it's a bit of a fast travel point to the next zone. That's how we can expect to progress once we've made a couple of repairs to this whole place. Yep, scatter this. And well, let's try to clear these guys efficiently. I mean, the thing about the paratroopers, of course, being that they will take multiple hits to take care of. 2 ring moves, okay. So I probably... hang on. Want to move these guys in this way. I don't know if I can actually do it with 2 moves. Should be able to. There should be some kind of perfect sequence that's always available. Yes, there we go. Whoops. And, yep. Stomped them all. Now, I guess there's no way to just take out everything in one turn, so let's try to mitigate what I have to deal with. Actually, by mitigating what I have to deal with, I probably should have taken out that first stack in its entirety. Okay. These headbonk Goombas reverting to their old Paper Mario tactics that don't seem to come up all that often in standard games. This is going to depend on some kind of positioning. Let's see here. Not really seeing how I can get these all in one cluster. We better hustle here. Okay, this is gonna be a mess. Total mess. But total mess. Not thinking nearly quickly enough. That kind of setup. And yeah, we'll just take them down a bit at a time. So yeah, it's getting a little bit more involved in terms of not being just a clean one-hit kill all the time. suppose there is a little bit of randomness to how they rearranged themselves. I'm not sure at this point that every setup is always solvable in one turn of moves. I feel like it should be, and that it probably is the case, but I have not seen enough of the game to really know if that's true, that there always is a one-turn perfect solution. Because some degree of randomization would make that difficult to guarantee, depending on what a player leaves alive on the board. Because I think would take the board as the starting position and, you know, have a finite number of moves displacing it. And so, if you make a mess of your initial attack, I think it's fairly likely that the complexities just compound. Okay, so it's going to be a bit of a spiny fest over here. We just need to keep that in mind when we hammer everything. Okay, it's 3 ring moves. We'll just kind of get everything in hammer position. I think that's almost certainly the right way to do it. I don't know if the hammer is actually going to hit the power Goombas because they do fly. So many small problems in these games that could probably be fixed. I think that's probably right, yeah. Let's try to actually get a full 16 damage this time from these guys. Not quite. 14 is enough. And let's see if the hammer is actually able to hit power Goombas when they are in a low position. I'm not totally sure yet. Feels like we do have to discover that the hard way. You're going to have plenty of HP though, and without a jump attack... Whoa, 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 whoa. That was very hard hitting. Okay, that was kind of shocking. Do I actually have item access? Hang on. Yeah, there we go. Much better. I feel like that actually has been the case with a lot of these games. If you're talking about inexperienced developers, that this has been something that has felt like a B-Team series for a while. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, because sometimes that's open to some experiment when it comes to design. But you can definitely tell there are some, you know, oversights sometimes that they think they can get away with simply because it won't be noticeable by much of a kid's audience or a casual audience that's fairly new to these adventures. I've been feeling that about some Nintendo series like the Yoshi series as well, where it can be very hit and miss. Whoops. Let's load up on a mushroom for the first time in this game, actually. In case we get ambushed like that. Oh wow, a mushroom actually gives you a full 50. I didn't know that. It's the first time I've seen it, so I had no idea. I don't think it's that they don't care. I do think that sometimes, you know, systems depth is something that is going to emerge very organically, and depending on whether you actually have a challenge in a game that is scalable to various levels of experience and various difficulties, I think that's something that's going to be a challenge to design around regardless. But anyway, this is definitely not a door, as she was attempting to say. It's like the whole thing just protruded out of the mountain. So yeah, let's just yank the whole thing back down. But I think it is true that like the last few Paper Mario games have all had a bit of a B-team feel to them. And I kind of felt that way with a lot of the good feel games as well, like the Kirby's Epic Yarn and the Yoshi series, except Yoshi's Woolly World was really, really good. Like, it was one of those games that just took you completely by surprise. And, you know, in retrospect, you have to wonder if Paper Mario was always just kind of managed as an experimental series. And that for a long time we didn't necessarily notice simply because of how well some of those experiments came across and how well implemented the original ideas were in terms of having a lot of depth that, you know, wasn't necessarily baked into them. At least not on purpose. Yeah, we only have a couple of the orbs so far, so I guess we need to head back down. I'm going to wrap around the back just to see if that does anything. I don't think it does. Okay. Let's head down to the sports park. Oh, these guys are going to kick a poor Toad around. Look at that shy guy on the left just hopping his way over. Okay, this is going to be a much more involved cluster. It looks like I really do want to get the Spinies in position, in a low position, just to be able to hammer them. Yeah, that's going to be fine, because we could actually do this in one full round of 3 attacks. Don't need to match the enemy types, of course, unless they have different vulnerabilities. But yeah, I do like the ring system. And as the fights get harder, I think it is going to really shine. But yeah, in the meantime, I do think that this game has gotten off to a relatively slow start. But that is partly based on my memory of how the first era of the series going up to Super Paper Mario kind of felt at a time, in terms of having very efficient ways to get you into the new systems. Now, I haven't played Paper Mario 64 in well over a decade, so I can't really speak to that accurately. I did play Thousand Year Door first, and, you know, going back to 64 after that, 64 feels like a bit of a starting point for ideas that would be later refined. The 64, of course, was not nearly as flexible about your character customization in terms of your stat budget. Things like that. Okay. Looks like I'll actually want to use my iron boots for once. And just get these in line. The other thing I can do, of course, is just do a rotation. Yeah, because I do want these guys clustered. But I don't think there's a good way to do it. Let's just do it like that. And use the iron boots on this side. Haven't used these before, so it is the first time we're seeing them. Fire Flower would have been an acceptable alternative as well. Iron boots have a limited durability, but we have seen a couple of them already, and so have a decent stash to work with. Don't know what's back here. I don't think I actually checked this location. Okay, we haven't actually checked this pipe here either. This toad looks very angry. Ah, okay, it leads me back to the start. And he was always staring at it angrily. That is his secret. He is always angry. Okay, so it looks like these are the massive papier-mâché macho guys who are going to try to launch an attack at me this way. And they will probably have weak points in the rear. Now, how do I actually trigger that attack? Because he's certainly winding up to have a go at me somehow. Yep, we're definitely vulnerable from the back. Now, how do I actually bait him? I guess I have to sneak up on the guys who are about to kick. Or I intercept and hammer his back. Is he actually going to kick? Okay. Okay. Let's see, this is a bit of a spatial puzzle as I try to sneak behind, whack them from the back, or at least turn them around in such a way that they will be hit by their would-be ally. But I guess I have to turn this guy around. Still leaves the question, how do I trigger that? I mean, obviously that's one of the orbs that I need to obtain as a key. I need to get rid of all three of these. Let's just take them down at once and see if that changes anything. Other thing I can do is just try to sneak behind gently. We know that does make a difference because of the way that the grasshoppers trained us to think earlier. Okay, so how? Okay, no. The way that we get them to kick is by approaching the ball. Approaching the ball makes them pass it on. So we'll try to make the approach. Okay, so I think we need to approach from a certain angle. There we go. There we go. Got it. There was a specific pass order there, and we just needed to intercept it quickly enough to deal with it accordingly. Now, these guys are going to be quite angry at me. So let's try to whack them all from the back. Okay. That guy has pretty much been taken apart. And then, yeah, we'll just run around and flank him. I mean, the artwork is very cool. I'm not sure I really think this interaction is that interesting, but we are still in very early stages of the game, and it could be that some of the weak points we have to work with just change with time. Okay, lead this guy over. Nice running, Mario. You must be exhausted. Here, take this. And yeah, they have no ball to kick. Visualization is how you really get good at a game like this. I think that is also true of just playing the ring battles in Origami King. All about the visualization. So we have a couple of special items in tow. Let me just check my inventory. See how we're doing. Useful items. We have 2 of these stones. I think we are actually missing 1 more. I don't know that I paid much attention to where it could have come from. It could be... that we just need to restore the other ones first. Yeah, because we had 2 that were restored out of a possible 5. We could always just head back down a mountain to see what spot we might have missed. I've seen the fishing spot. I've seen the ball game just now. I haven't seen this spot over to the right where we can kind of detect a bit of an orb there, can't we? It's hanging around inside. No, that's just a framework. Regardless, I think filling that in is going to be useful. Yeah, here's the QTE swamp check earlier, which was not really that great. And this is all going to be blocked off. Okay, I think maybe we should just take the pipe back down and see what spot we missed in the lower level. Could be, of course, that taking the pipe also reveals something interesting to us. Fairly clear to me that this is unavailable. Part of the mountain that looked different. I actually didn't intentionally trigger that hint, but looks like a hint would not be unwelcome here anyway, so let's just hit that pipe. Ah, okay, so this is the exit location that we had, of course, seen earlier. And we are still missing 1 orb. Yellow orb. So let's head back and hunt for that. Well, it's not going to be here. We checked the pond already. This location is going to remain bound until further notice. Oh, got mobbed by that guy. Okay, that's a fairly simple one to visualize. There we go. And yeah. Gradually filling the bleachers. And that's not going to get me anything useful, so... I think we just need to get back to the climb and see what spot we missed. There clearly was something. And that it doesn't really begin until we get into the mountain zone. So green was the 10k that we paid up. Red was the ball kicking. Blue, of course, was the fishing challenge. And so what are we missing here? Ah, you see that question block? Yes. Question block on the side of the mountain that we can drop down. That's definitely it, I think. I think that is unquestionably the answer. Yeah, we'll just head back up. Hit the save point in case we have to deal with that slot check once again, so that's going to be on the lower slope that goes down to the question block that had already been activated earlier. Let's just loop back up. And all the way around, actually. It's going to be quite a lengthy loop to get back to the location that we wanted in order to do that check. It's going to be right here, though. And maybe he is the first toad to pop out of one of these. I think that does not really reveal what we wanted, though, does it? So, that doesn't actually solve our problem. We're looking for the remaining location. Looks like there actually is something papered over that is behind that save point. Like a location that we have not unveiled and which can be ripped. Possibly because I just didn't think to check all of the stones. My expectation is that one of these stones would give me a 1000 gold arm gripping point. Maybe. Aha, no. This stuff actually moves. And can be demolished. And so, yeah, that would give me some kind of grip point that allows me to tear off the side of that wall. Okay. And, hang on. Nope. 3 moves. I mean, that's plenty to work with. Maybe not the most efficient way we've ever done that, but... Okay. Yeah, let's just grab this, grip it and rip it. Now, do we need to fight the dry bones? It's not really origami. Skeleton of a Koopa Troopa? Yeah, I guess that's one way to think about a dry bones. Very much alive dry bones. Okay. Yeah, but it's totally going to fight me, right? Okay, no, it's totally a dry bones, and it's just dehydrated. So, what happens if you dunk it in the water? I mean, in Mario Maker 1, if you dunked a dry bones in the water, it would just be a fish bones. That is, of course, no longer the case in Maker 2. Okay, we are totally going to get jumped by these 3. I'm going to preview 3 waves that we need to deal with. Looks like 1 move, 2 moves. Fairly straightforward. Kind of nice that it auto-detects completing those patterns and just snaps your attack directly to where it needs to go. I mean, certainly, apart from some of the irregularities in being able to, you know, scroll through the concentric circles with the D-pad, actually is a fairly intelligent implementation. Okay, we have 2 moves that are available. And actually, I have 2 attacks. So, Why don't we just do that? It's going to be plenty of damage to work with. So yeah, depending on the enemies that are available on the board, they do coordinate their attack patterns in a fairly interesting fashion. This pattern, of course, we know from some of the puzzles earlier. We'll see if we can get a full 16. Not quite. But let's try to crowd control this and get rid of these guys at least. Yeah, even blocking it is going to be a pretty sizable amount of damage. 12 damage right there. Yeah, it certainly seems like the Power Goombas are the most durable enemy that we've had to deal with so far, and the ones that tend to just have tons of incoming damage when we leave them on the board, and so we have to be very careful about that. Give me another toad that we had missed earlier. I kind of wonder how we're doing in terms of collectibles at this point. Let's just check the map. Oh wow, lots to go when it comes to Overlook Mountain. Tons of treasures that we have not even touched. And yeah, fairly sizable zone. Obviously, there's quite a bit here that we have not yet unlocked. That guy's going to jump out at me, out of the sand trap in that little miniature golf course once again. And, okay, what were we doing with this earlier? Certainly seemed like that was not really going to be a solution, but oh yes it is. Fairly simple. Fairly straightforward. Yeah, we'll see. So far, I certainly get the sense that it feels slower going than what I remember of Color Splash, which I finished inside the space of about 20 hours. I think maybe in the initial run, we're not going to be terribly completionist about this, because I don't know if taking that approach is really going to be that interesting. Let's just plug everything in and see how we go from there. Because we actually are going to have a temple location open up, and maybe that'll give us something a little more interesting to deal with. We can see, of course, that the incoming damage from the combat system is already kind of keeping us on our toes. It's a very spiky difficulty in some ways, in that it's very easy to get by for the most part without ever getting hit. When you do get hit, wow, do you ever take a pummeling in this game. Now, these Koopas are just really longing for this place as tourists. Earth Velumental Temple. And yeah, we got plenty of coins to work with. Let's just listen to the tour. Legend says the spirit of the dirt, known as the Earth Velumental, lives in this very cave. It is a mighty spirit, imbued with the power to lift the very ground. It is no wonder that a meek and modest Koopa Troopa venerate it so by pilgrimage and gifts. Okay. Salvation is near. Okay, no wonder. Yeah, the Koopa Troopas behaving like cultists. To one with a creative mind, these fortuitously formed formations may resemble the Earth Velumental. Indeed, one may pay respects to its hallowed shell in this very spot, as many Koopa Troopas do. Notably, the Earth Velumental shell is even stouter than this rock, which itself impervious to damage. I guess it is. I guess it is. It's going to reveal a toad, however, which is something that makes it worth checking. Does that rock look like the Earth Velumental to you? I mean, I have no idea what the Earth Velumental looks like, so to me that is a mystery. It's said this claw-shaped gouge was created by the Earth Velumental in an epic battle. Mario? Hey, if it's really you, Mario, you've got to help me. Oh, okay, so it looks like the tour guide needs our assistance. Okay, so basically if you put in some coins, it'll just tell you the same story again, right? Its claws are the weakest attack. The attack that will really get you is when it launches rocks out of its mouth. I assume we have to fight this thing, whatever it is, and so that is an important hint. So don't worry about the claws, worry about the rocks, okay. Okay, so something's going to crumble ahead of us. That's fairly certain. Yep, looks like lots of scattered origami toads everywhere. And we'll just have to unfold all of them. Okay, so local fun accessories outlet outside the temple, and we'll have to check that later to see what other supplies we can stock up on. Might even do that now, in fact. Given how much cash we have remaining. Seems like there was quite a lot to collect in terms of these scattered toads as well. And yeah, there was another one that was crawling about earlier, and I don't think we managed to recover it, so I don't think it was this guy. Do not disturb, well, do not hit, disturb, or even look at the divine image too closely. And that's a very clear hint to whack that Koopa in the shell. Just to see what happens. Almost going to send the whole thing crumbling, and I mean, eventually the goal is to just get that mound of earth at the peak of the mountain lowered. So what has this guy got? Guard plus. Art plus. Toad alert. You know what? We'll do all three of these. I've got the cash. I feel like the guard is actually something that would come in handy. Nice to have a little bit of character configurability, not as flexible as some of the badge systems of old, of course, but nice to have a coin dump that will also function as a bit of loadout management. Wow, you can actually use all of these at once, which is surprising. I would have expected that some of these would have overlapped. But yeah, we'll just slap everything on. Okay, the bell is going to tell me that a toad is near. Could be something back here, perhaps. Could be something out here. Well, I mean, we'll just have to be mindful of that. Currently not really clear on what that hint is telling me specifically. Could be something that is buried in here. Whoops, let's jump back in. Yeah. Totally is. Something that is on the inside. If there is in fact a way to carve my way in here. We'll have to think about that later if we do go toad hunting. In the meantime, I think I'm fine with just continuing to progress. Quite a lot of toads everywhere, really. Oh, here's a confetti spot. That was certainly part of it. And that's pretty much it for the holes in this zone. Here's the toad. Being nabbed over there. This is a vulnerable location. Don't really need more confetti at this point, but let's try to get rid of this guy at least, and we'll see how many toads we can unlock. How many moves do we have? We have 2, okay. So it looks like the Hearts Plus gives you an extra 10 HP. Guard Plus, I don't really know how much mitigation that provides, but you know, eventually that might be relevant if we have one cycle where we take a ton of punishment at once. Yeah, have a decent state of readiness when it comes to equipping weapons, I think. Not something we need to be too fussy about. Once again, though, it seems like we are still missing a toad that is hiding out somewhere around here. Oh, don't know how I was supposed to spot that guy. Thanks for being a completionist, Mario. That's rather important point of advice there. Okay, let's get back in there. Now, is it so far? I think it's gotten off to a bit of a slow start, even relative to some of the other Super Mario games. I think the battle system clearly has a ton of potential. Earlier on, I was doing a bit of a puzzle challenge mode with it that was probably the most interesting thing we've seen in the game so far. in that these systems clearly have a ton of depth and potential if the content would bother to actually use it. So far, I've seen more of that in the puzzle rush than in the actual game. But we're still in the first zone. I'm nearly at the end of the first zone, not counting the tutorial zone. And so that's what we've been looking at. Pardon me, I have to clear my voice for a second. But yeah. I hope you've been doing well. Minamana, by the way, I did see that you had been working on a 3D World at Troll level. And maybe we'll be able to get that a playtest soon enough. Because I am still planning to do Mario Maker through the week, although of course we've had to reallocate some time to taking a look at this. Behold this spirit itself. It's probably going to give us yet another set of hints. Version 11, yeah, I mean that's what troll levels do, I guess. It's just lots of things that people are going to try to break them. Given that breaking them is what looks like their intuitive form of progress. So, the Earth Elemental is apparently a giant Koopa. And maybe the back of the Koopa is that giant Earth mound that we saw earlier at the top of the mountain. Interesting temple music here in this little attraction. Although the spirit is fully invincible, kindly direct your attention now to the beast's great tail. In certain tales, the spirit's still formidable hind portion is described as less than 100% invincible. Well, that's the weak point. You want to get it as good as possible before I play it. Okay, we'll hold off on it for the time being. Viewer levels have been taking a bit of a hit recently simply because like I have been spending the Tuesday stream on 4YMM. Don't know if you caught up on that at all, but there's a really good 4YMM set coming this week. Like there's a boss rush that I got to beta test for it, which is one of the best boss rushes I have seen in Mario Maker. And so that's something to look forward to when it releases on Sunday. And yeah, so viewer levels, I've only been able to do it like once or twice a week lately, and so I've had a lot of catching up to do with people who are submitting regularly. So it's not so bad for me that people are doing lots of iterations and otherwise slowing down a bit. Because, you know, I'm still scrambling to catch up with everything they want to send. So yeah, I mean, you know, you've had a great deal of practice at this point with doing large puzzle setups in this 3D World style, so I do think it tends to be underexplored when it comes to troll concepts simply because of the fewer options available to work with hidden mechanics. But I also find that it's maybe just underrated in terms of mechanics generally, so please find in your heart to lower the rocky pile, keeping us from the streamer. Yeah. We'll see if this guy actually listens, but I think it's almost certainly going to be a boss battle of some sort, so. Mario, do something. Well, I mean, the clue was to whack it in the back, and so we'll do that. Take down the wall. Let's see if it's going to give me a save block. The usual punishment for messing up Divine Sight, is that you get a boss battle, I would bet. Yeah, I mean, the one thing that I guess is most concealed from the player tends to be the exclamation blocks. Snake block patterns as well, I think, but that's generally true of snake block patterns. That's going to give me a bit of a lift down below. Save block, yeah, as expected. Not going to fuss too much about, whoops, being at 35 but now 28 HP. Got a bit impatient over there. We'll just let everything lower. Ah, okay, confetti. looks like that met with success. Yeah, people have not really been sending me trolls lately, actually. I can't think of the last time I received a troll level that really had a big satisfying puzzle progression to it. I don't know if, you know, troll streamers, or troll makers rather, have just been going elsewhere lately, or if they've slowed down, or what's going on there, but I've kind of been shocked at how few troll levels I've been receiving recently relative to earlier streams I was doing. Haven't seen any folded soldiers for a while. I mean, this will be our first encounter with folded Koopa Troopas, I think. I haven't actually dealt with them up to this point. We're going to have to see what their enemy pattern is. One thing that happened was you were using only one glitch as a big part of the level, and the very next day it got patched. Yeah, a lot of the stuff like slope tech got patched. I don't know what the impact of the 3.01 patch was on 3D World so much. How many ring moves would you have? Only 2? Really? Okay. Feels like I need to just rotate everything into place like this. Oh, okay. No, hang on. Okay. We got it, we got it. Just need to line up the middle rows here. Attack power up. Those guys are all in a shell. I feel like I want to get everybody in a shell. Now it's just going to be regular, intuitive Koopa Troopa interaction, but 12 damage is enough to take them out completely. Let's just mitigate everything we can. I don't know how vulnerable they will be into shell form. 11 damage is not enough. 11 damage does have them residually left over, so we really do need to nail the jump here. Okay, and it's Koopa Troopas, so, you know, shell form actually allows me to kick them into each other just by hitting the one at the front. That'll be important to note, I think, in that later on we may have fights where it is optimal to set up a Koopa shell to damage the rest of the line. Luckily not too hard to replace the setup you're working with, yeah. I know, not having really looked into the changes, I know a lot of slope movement tended to break, like clown car interactions, other things that were sort of edge cases, maybe some bomb activation timings and things like that, but I had not really looked into it closely. Apart from debugging, or at least doing a sort of emergency debug check on the thing that I've been working on, which is thankfully unaffected. Yeah, because I have a new one coming out very soon. It's pretty much finished. I'm just cleaning up some sound effects on it. And thankfully, I don't think anything with it broke. I totally missed there. I just jumped on it to get it into its shell form. Okay, that's going to be hammer blow on the third column. There we go. And yeah. Let's see how much damage the hammer's going to do. We know that they have 12 HP. We know that for certain at this point. Okay, that's going to be fairly simple then. So which glitch was it you were using then in 3D World? Because I've not really been keeping up with glitch interactions recently, particularly not in the 3D World style, which I think doesn't tend to receive as much mechanical research into that kind of thing. We should have actually written that up to see if that would do anything. Shiny boots, is stronger than iron boots, but can't stop spiked enemies. Okay. Okay, we have that thing taped down over there. We see some coins in a lower level. That's going to indicate optional content. Okay, gotta save the toad from swoops. Launching pipes really quickly using slopes. Okay, yeah. Yeah, again, you know, it seems like slope contact in all styles. 3D world included. Tended to bear the brunt of changes there. Okay. It's going to be jump either way. Shell is just not going to hit. These guys are in the air. Looks like there's a bit of a delay onto shell kick as well before I go into the additional jumps. There we go. Yeah. I mean, I guess the thing with the exclamation blocks is that they just take up so much space, and because the paths with everything in 3D world are just kind of prevented from intersecting in any meaningful way, you can only have so much flexibility with. Okay, this is a curator of the exhibit. Ah, okay. Search of the divine image. Didn't really cost me that many coins. The Koopa Troopas outside seem to enjoy the tour. That seems good enough for me. So why don't I... out of this thing. This doesn't quite raise me high enough to get up there. But this does. Oh, whoops. Should have actually been a bit careful there. Okay, let's not get... Okay. I was hoping to block that, but I guess with the initial attack, I can't actually block. Now, this is our first sight of a Mecha Koopa in this game. I have not seen them previously. So, I kind of wanted to get a shell on this side, actually, just so we can kick everything. Yeah, I like doing it that way much better. Oh, okay, and I was not able to complete the sequence. That's something that's important to note, actually. That I do need to hop sequentially in order for the jump to connect. Oh, got flanked there. And he's just going to hit and run. Never actually played Paper Mario. Well, this one, the battle mechanics are completely different from the previous games, but there are certain Paper Mario tropes when it comes to how to read enemies in terms of their vulnerability to either hammer attacks or jump attacks. It follows fairly intuitive logic, I think, when it comes to you know, working the way that you would expect Mario to work. But the entire kind of spatial puzzle of arranging enemies into a ring is totally original to this game. I am warming to it quite a bit. I think it got to a very slow start, but now that we're seeing more complex setups and more complex enemy combinations show off the possibilities of this system, it is beginning to look much more interesting, with now that I'm seeing things like the Koopa shell kicks and a mix of ground and flying enemies on board. But yeah, I mean, people tend to be very opinionated about Paper Mario, like much more so than many other series, I think. It is one of those series that does attract controversy in some way. Simply because, you know, sometimes things change so much from game to game that people are much more accustomed to how things used to work or have a deep attachment to what the older games did better. Particularly because the first two in the series, Paper Mario on 64 and Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door, were much closer to traditional turn-based JRPG mechanics, and they were extremely good at them. I think like Thousand Year Door might just be the best JRPG I have played, because it's just very mechanically deep and flexible in an extremely charming adventure. And so a lot of people are not really comfortable with how Nintendo has kind of messed around with a formula that seems to have worked. Okay, what are we doing here? I want to manipulate the spacing such that... Right. Move these down. Here we go. That's gonna be boots for sure. But yeah, this kind of radial spatial element is completely new to this game, and so it's been very satisfying to learn so far. But as I was saying earlier, the puzzle mode pushes it quite a bit harder than the encounters at this stage of the game. The encounters, what they are mainly bringing to the table is enemy variety. And that the more enemies get introduced, the more combinations come into play, the more interesting these systems actually get. And yeah, I am very comfortable with the fact that this is a series that tries to experiment. The main issue with it, at least from the previous two entries, which were quite controversial, is that sometimes the difficulty tuning or the depth isn't really there to make the systems and make the experiments shine as much as they should. Like, it's not just that people are really attached to the way that things used to be done, but also that, you know, sometimes you would have systems that feel like they weren't totally thought through. In this game, I feel like there was a lot of time spent on what felt like early game content, but it is becoming more interesting as I go, for sure. And of course, there's this really unimpeachable aesthetic to it as well. Now, these have always been extremely charming and attractive games that benefited a lot from the simplicity of how certain things worked when it comes to, you know, the simplicity of your HP pool and relatively low numbers that you have to work with, that like the damage numbers even in the more traditional RPG style Paper Marios never really escalated out of control, so you could make very precise calculations for how you were going to play, like extremely precise calculations. What am I doing here? I keep getting pushed. What was it I needed to do differently? Let's see here. Might be something that I need to tap. Might be something that is a pattern I'm just not paying attention to. Hang on. Yeah, it's not platforming so much. I mean, it's more just sort of an overworld adventure that gives you the jump and the hammer as part of the basic toolkit. Super Paper Mario is the one in the series that is most platformer-like, in that most of it, almost all of it, takes place on a 2D side-scrolling plane. And it was very much sold as like a kind of hybrid RPG platformer, although the platforming was never actually particularly technical or precise, so it didn't exactly do that. But that's sort of the one that's closest to the platforming feel, and that was the one that was released on a Wii in 2007. And for something that was like very experimental for the series, I think it is much more beloved than the ones that have come since. The ones that have come since, starting with Sticker Star and the 3DS, have attracted much more division, shall we say, when it comes to how the fan base has reacted. Okay, so we got all the way here. We see that the coins are tucked away in that zone in the back, which indicates to me that there is some kind of side entrance that we should be looking for in one of these blocks that will take us upstairs. I don't think I actually saw what that entrance was. But yeah, like a lot of the experience in Paper Mario games tends to be a mix of these very light overworld puzzle sequences that have some kind of timing element to them, but usually not very much, and whatever they've cooked up for the battle encounters. Whereas Super Paper Mario is pretty much entirely on field in that, like, the battle system is just jumping on stuff and whacking things with hammers. I completely misread this. Alright, let me think, first of all, about how I'm actually going to approach that. Yeah, you see, there's an entrance that is on the right side of this panel here. I need to get on the right side of this panel and then enter. Let it tug me in. When it tugs me in, I am able to progress upwards. But first I need to actually read the timing on that middle segment properly for once. Okay. Really have to just go right away. Yeah, there we go. And then it will be to the right of this segment here. Got to tuck right into that. Yeah, there we go. We get pulled in. I don't know if there were any hidden toads there. No, we would have the bell ring if that were the case. And here's the save block indicating that the boss is near. So, the hint we received earlier for the boss is that we don't need to worry about a claw attack. We do need to mind the rock attack, whatever that is. Okay, so yeah, once again, some light platformer-like sequences. Whoops, got hit. Wanted to get the first strike on that guy, and we'll just straight up miss. When he does the shell shot, I don't really have the opportunity to react, in that I can't block a first strike. And I think that's actually standard for the series, like not being able to block the first strike. Okay, 12 HP on these guys, I gotta nail every jump. Great. Then we'll have a wide cone on the hammer here. Okay, that's going to clear them all out. Great. These traps are actually on fire. Yes, they are. Considering that everything is made out of paper, that seems extremely hazardous. Just gonna burn the whole place down, really. But yeah, I mean, kind of like fire bars, really, just horizontal. Okay, we just need to... Whoa, we can't follow that in. Actually need to jump. And battle that guy if I really feel like it, but... don't know if I feel like it. Okay. Fairly straightforward. Going to have a... Whoops. I was about to say, going to have a refresh and a confetti just in time to... some onto this spot here, and I just nailed that hole dead on. Okay, going to keep an eye out for any optional paths around the side here, but I think we just have to run for it. Oh boy, 15 damage. That's a massive hit in the face. How far am I? This is still, what is it? The equivalent of World 1 out of 6. I'm very early on. I'm currently heading towards what would be the first actual boss battle in the game, as far as I know. No. Okay. Next hit is just going to kill me, so let me just refresh quickly. I think I just have to be really quick around the edge here. As in really, really quick. Ah, no, I actually can go inside. That's how I can do it. So this isn't actually a timing check, it's an observation check, which I think is very often the case with some of the puzzles here, is that if they look like timing checks, it's probably something I failed to observe instead. Okay, fairly frequent save points. Whoa. Okay, that's actually not as threatening as it looks. Oh. UGE, let's run for it. Oh, look, it actually lets you slip inside, I think. And then that's probably a lot smarter than trying to outrun it. So yeah, not very far in. But I'm also kind of thinking that, given the pace I'm going at, that also means I'm in for a fairly lengthy playtime. Although I've been, you know, fairly thorough about it, I do tend to be a slowish player, as you know. Take my time with everything. But the last one, Color Splash, I finished it within 20 hours. Super Paper Mario was one of the longest ones, and I think I was an absolute completionist about it, and so it took me about 30 hours to finish, but probably closer to 45 or so to complete. So these can be very big games, but this one feels like it's much slower paced than certainly the last one, Color Splash. I remember Sticker Star actually taking me about 30 hours, but Sticker Star I actually dropped right when I was at the final boss, because honestly the boss design in that game was quite bad. And I just decided not to finish it. And, okay, so this is going to unlock the shortcut. Yeah, sometimes it helps to be methodical. I mean, with these games, the puzzles are fairly simple. It doesn't require a ton of observation. But the kind of spatial logical element to the battle system, I think, has been probably the most interesting thing to think about in this latest one. In that it is a new kind of problem that I haven't really had to solve in video games, at least in much the same way. And so it's always nice to engage with a new system like that and try to find better or optimal ways of visualizing. It's a big empty hole. I mean, obviously that's where the boss battle is going to begin. Where's the Earth Elemental? Let's see what this boss actually looks like, if it's actually a Divine Koopa or something that is more spectacular object. Let's take a look. Oh, this is absolutely the boss. Just a question of what the boss looks like. So, what have the Koopa Troopas been worshipping all this time? Well, of course, she's not a judge of footing. She has anti-gravity, and Olivia just does not need to worry about that kind of thing. Odd green spot. Yeah, it looks like it might be a Koopa shell that rises from the depths. I mean, it's certainly the top of the boss, I think. Yeah, the boss is going to wake up. And, yeah, that's pretty much what we expected. It's the Earth Elemental, and it's made of origami. It is pretty cool. Okay, let's fight. So, we'll see what's going on with the ring battle system in the context of a boss. Of course, everything that we've engaged with in the battle system so far has been on the individual tiles. And, of course, this game is just going to hint at things like crazy. Use the arrows. Okay, so it's basically going to be a tutorial boss that gives us all kinds of instructions for engaging with the later bosses. Earth Elemental is in the center this time. Your attacks won't reach from way out here. So I guess we need to follow a path to get in. Yeah. Okay, so I just rotate the forward arrow into that spot. Yes, that's right. Okay. Interesting system. I mean, you know, it does require us to engage with this in a totally different way. Now, we did see in the challenge rooms earlier that... Oh, I see. And if we land on the square that has the fist on it, then we kind of land a punch. We land a punch in a particular spot, right? So we would want to punch it in one of the legs. And possibly in the tail. The tail is apparently the weak spot. The legs are spiky. We actually don't want to hit it in the leg. I don't mind. Create a path that puts us right in front of the Earth Elemental. Okay. We'll probably have to head off soon. Yeah, that's fine. Thanks for dropping by anyway and saying hello. I mean, obviously not as lively an atmosphere as when we run viewer levels here. But I thought it would be valuable to just kind of record my experience with this game regardless and just try to keep a bit of a log of my experience with it. So, thank you for dropping by. It's a bit of a trial stream in some ways, and that I don't often do non-Mario Maker here simply because it does not receive as much interest. And of course, a lot of people interested in this game are just playing it. So. Yeah, have a good night. Different attacks are probably going to affect different areas. Aim your attack in an area where it won't bounce right off. Okay, let's just whack it with a hammer then. Bounced right off that hard shell, but attacking his leg seemed to be pretty effective. Okay. Yeah, because a jump would have been quite bad. Nope, missed a block. Okay, got the third block. ×2, interesting. Okay, I really wish it would just let me learn this flexibly by myself, but... Already lost? Oh, great. I'm glad you're lost. And let's see, do we want this one or that one? Doesn't matter, I think. Actually, I have no idea what a ×2 panel is doing. Oh, I see. Okay, no. Right, because I actually do need to use the lateral shift as well, if I want to do this accurately. Yeah, because the forward arrow goes as far forward as it is able to, so... That's right, got it. Not what you had in mind? Too bad. I'm going to do it my way. Yeah, there is going to be a timed challenge that's available in the puzzle hall or the battle hall or whatever it was called. Will allow me to optimize the time on this one. And yeah, we'll have a bit of a refresh. Oh, there's a treasure chest here. I just want to go for it, to be honest. Can I just go over to treasure chest now? Maybe not. Let's Although, we can actually do a bit of a slide. That's right. That. Got plenty of time to work with for this. Whoops. And can I just don't want to hit it directly in the head. I do want to probably do it like this. Yeah, here we go. You want to eventually go for that treasure chest when it is available. Yeah, he hits pretty hard. I honestly think I just want to go for this guy here. Yeah, that's going to miss, but I'm sure that's actually too concerning. Let's just see what that does. Ah, treasure chest actually gives you additional panels. Okay. Seems important. Hey, don't bully the tortoise, says the toad in the background. Won't do anything, but we knew that. Okay, a lot of coins to work with. Kind of wondering about that envelope there. In terms of just giving me a spot that I want. Really want to see if there's a better way to get in position here. Yeah, maybe if we just have something like this, see if we can actually... Yeah. Let's just hit that. This is going to be another miss, but I don't think I actually mind that much. Just want to see what that is. Oh, okay, it's a hint card. Hint card, okay. Well, now we know. Hammer in the empty spot here isn't going to do a thing. It's just going to whiff, I think. Oh, that's actually going to do a minimal amount of damage. Okay, that's also important information. Okay, now let's actually hit this guy for once. Okay, +1 action. That's what that gets me. I wonder when I go forward if I continue going forward. Or if it's required. Here. Yeah, let's just do it this way. That's going to land me directly at the limb. I hope. And no, I just stop. Okay, always need an arrow at the start. That's important to know. Now, retaining the action card does nothing. Okay. In that case, let's Do it this way. That should do it. Times 2. Don't know if that's just based on power. We'll need to find a bit of a better pattern in order to get the tail into position. I feel like that's something that we can do just from, you know, reverse engineering our position here. Yeah, and let's put something in the way. Probably a heart. That'll be good. And that's going to be a nice, solid blow. $13 damage, yep. A palpable hit. Oh, rough landing, okay. Okay, let's try a cool move then. Cool move, I guess, would be with the 1000-fold Armor's Magic Circle, okay. Gotta place it at the end of the route. Yeah, that can be done. And in the meantime, let's just try to play some other 10 coins in a way. No, we'll just go with that. Okay, so that's going to give me some kind of motion control interaction. Then, yeah, let's just flip this guy. And then, what do I do? Be aware of your surroundings, and please don't shake your controller too wildly. Yeah, because I guess we have to bash this guy with motion controls. Okay, pretty solid, and that just whacks him. Much of a bonus for the finisher, but I'll take it. Well, that's going to be it for that guy. And we'll get a book. Instructions for folding into the Earth Elemental itself. So I guess that's added to our roster of special attacks, perhaps, if we need some kind of massive shell as a utility at any given point. Like, the spirit of the Earth Elemental is inside you, so hopefully we actually get some additional abilities that are not just the 1000-fold arms. Elemental power, designated by green. Let's see what's happening here. Okay, Olivia is going to transform. Oh, nice that we actually get to see this animation here. It's a huge transformation. So, what are you going to do for me here, then? Can't sit out, okay. And then that's going to really affect quite a transformation on this place to raise us back to ground level. And also give us the power to lower whatever that is at the top of the mountain. So, it was fairly evident to me that we were not just going to pull that down with arms. Okay. Looks like a fairly straightforward puzzle lock then to get us to the end of Zone 1. Didn't anyone ever teach you not to step on the gods? I'm afraid not, actually. That was never really much of an explicit instruction that we received. You step on our god, you get a divine punishment. Hey, I'm worshipping here. You know what? Gotta whack these guys. You get what you asked for. What if I whacked a spot here? Okay. Wonder how we're doing in terms of completion. Oh, it looks like we have a bell. Getting that a toad is near. Not really seeing where that could be, though. As a potential solution. Guess we just need to ring the bells. Ah, there we go. And that's all toads, okay. Wonder how we were doing, as I was just about to say, for the completion rate in this temple area. 2 out of 3 collectible treasures, and 1 invisible block that we had somehow missed. And yeah. Dry bones here is going to do what for us? Keep knocking on the rock. Yeah, we must have missed an invisible block spot somewhere in the temple. I can just try to comb through this one more time, since the whole place is fairly peaceful now. And yeah, just going to see where we might have missed a spot. Given that 1 block and 1 treasure seems to be all I'm missing here. Probably a good idea to save at this point. Could be something I didn't attend to properly down here, but we'll see. Yeah, don't know what it is. We could have... Oops, missed. Didn't really check this leg, though. Ah, there is a treasure chest down there. I thought we had gotten that, but... yeah, we had. Okay. Didn't really check these legs, though, on either side. That could certainly be something. Indeed, there's a fireflower there. That's going to be one of the remaining blocks. We just now need to find the remaining chest. Whoops. A little bit slippery. We had checked the spot to the left, of course. Really much to work with over there. And there was the entire firebar segment. That was one segment that we didn't really check thoroughly for secrets. But... oh, whoops. Keep expecting that my path will be constrained. Certainly not the case. Oh, we can always check the fire segment once again. Just to comb through this properly. Yeah, not much to look at over here. Yeah, this was just a segment leading up to the final area, as we had seen. No, that was anything we had failed to check. So yeah, let's go backwards through the temple. Okay. Gonna stop that guy. Two moves will be plenty to work with here, I think. Fairly straightforward. And yeah, let's get back here. This was at the end of the firebar sequence, and so it's going to try to traverse that backwards-ish. Oh, that's just letting you in spikes at the very end. That's going to be a whole lot of nothing, but we'll try to inspect all of this fairly carefully to see if there were any paths that I could have traversed. Going through this backwards actually seems like a terrible idea. But we were temporarily invincible, so we'll take it. But yeah, it does make me wonder if looping around here does in fact reveal any secret paths, but not really seeing where such a route could occur. And so, yeah, it looks like this was really not designed for backwards traversal. However, there is this little nook over here. I don't think we... no, that's the entry point to this section. So that's not going to be anything. Let's save here as a precaution. Could have been something else I missed in this area. If it was anything else that these locations could have chugged me into. Not really seeing it, though. I got the first clear? Yeah. It was available when I last checked into the game, and I thought, okay, let's just grab it. It's going alright. First sit down with this game. We are just about finished with Zone 1. I just defeated the first actual boss of the game a few minutes ago, before you dropped in. And yeah, it's going alright so far. Taking some time to learn some of the systems, do a few puzzle challenges with that. and just explore a bit as we get to the end of Act 1 of the story. So yeah, I don't know how it's going on your end. I don't think I actually picked up on what you might have changed or revised about the latest version of that 3D world level that I got the first clear on. I know I saw the earlier version when you dropped by to stream the other day, and so that's why it was fairly simple for me to recover my progress, but I don't actually know what you modified. Great clear time? Well, I mean, it was a little bit off the time that you put into the clear check, from what I could see. But if it's still holding, it's still holding. I mean, not much flexibility for me, so long as I get all of the shell throws to go down accurately. Small details, okay. Well, I mean, it all worked fairly reliably for me. Coming back to it like that. Save the entire crew, okay, good. Looks like there is a bit of a shop here, as well as a hidden toad that I have not yet revealed. Guy in a popcorn stand, okay. Yeah, we'll buy it. Could be that there's a toad stuck in there somewhere that needs to be popped out. And what do you know? That's correct. Not really corn. Visit the battle lab. Okay. Try a timer extender. Interesting. Shiny boots, a shiny hammer, iron boots. Salvation is near. Okay, I see. That's an object from the museum. 2400. Yeah, we'll buy the expensive stuff as usual. Don't know what this is. That looks like it's... might just be a folded toad, to be honest. Okay, I'll just whack it with a hammer then. Not for sale. Yeah, we'll just grab all the treasure. Not that it's really going to do much for us other than sit in the collectible gallery, but... oh, whoops. Oh, it's not actually going to let me hit that thing. If I want it, it might be valuable. Well, I mean, that's a fair thing to surmise. Hard to make it work for a range of times, by the way. 19.6 to 19.9, okay, yeah. I mean, as long as it's something that happens reliably and that it's not going to kill you on the timer, I think it's probably fine. I've definitely had a level of yours where I died on top of the flag. That was a while ago, but... like I said, not much flexibility to the shell throws anyway, so... any variation in timing would just be due to that, and due to the bounce timing that I have in return. Okay, good. Now it has, gives me a shortcut now. Great. Excellent. So let's just climb our way all the way back up to the top of the mountain. Looks like there is something that we haven't uncovered. There we go. There's a toad. So yeah, we'll probably be splitting a fair bit of stream time between this game and Mario Maker over the next week or two. I'll still be doing Mario Maker on a fairly regular basis. Certainly at least one viewer session a week, plus the 4YMM levels that we've been showing off, and there are some really good ones coming this week, including one I think that is a kind of technical 3D world level involving a lot of bounces on ants, which are similar to the pace that you would expect from, you know, 3D world action levels, such as the ones that I've seen from the laboratory of Redox many times. But yeah, there's one coming this week from one of the makers, and pretty good mix of some other levels as well, including a boss rush that I'm quite excited to see in its final form. It was one that I managed to playtest in a much earlier version. So we'll be showing off some of those makers on the Sunday morning stream, and that'll be before the levels themselves go up. In the meantime, just going to squeeze in as much Paper Mario as I can. I'm going to try to do about a chapter per stream, and we do know that there are 6 chapters just from the way that the warp zones are set up. So this was chapter 1 that we did here. If you never played Paper Mario, well, each of them is quite different. The 4th and 5th ones, Sticker Star and Color Splash, are closer than most. The first 2, 64 and 1000 Year Door, were kind of close in terms of both being a Mario take on turn-based JRPGs, with 1000 Year Door really refining it to perfection. This one kind of follows from the most recent ones, but with a new battle system. Sort of radial battles, in terms of the spatial reasoning, are pretty much completely new to this entry in the series, and not something I really had to handle previously. But we'll see. Since I am kind of finishing Zone 1, I will probably not be running for too much longer today. I think I'll probably try to do 1 zone per stream if I can. But you know, I can probably still go for a little while longer, so. In the meantime, let's see if we can uncover the toad that bell is indicating as being hidden somewhere here. Could be buried in one of these flowers or signs or something to that effect. Yeah, Paper Mario usually breaks down pretty cleanly between these overworld light puzzle adventures and some kind of off-field battle. It's not really RPG style as much as it used to be, in terms of any similarity to classic JRPG mechanics. Like, it's very much something that does its own thing now, using a lot of reasoning from how enemies ordinarily behave in a Mario context. Still don't really find this confetti budget mechanic to be that interesting, but I guess we'll just fill that out with a full bag. Hey, that's certainly quite a piece of graffiti there. In this lobby floor that has been defaced. Let's get this guy out of the elevator. Oh, he wants the door open first, I guess. Much better. The tower was with a gift shop, okay. Yeah. A thin, rattling body with a huge mouth filled with all manner of fangs. Interesting. Well, we'll see what that's indicating to us. In the meantime, we'll just unfold some toads in the gift shop of this tourist attraction. Which also has a restaurant. Okay. That seems like a fairly important thing to know. A lot of toads to unfold all over the place. Look at how their dialogue boxes are stacked. They were certainly stacked pretty tightly together. Look at a banana on the wall. That's quite an illustration. Don't really know whether it's going to be any kind of useful visual clue, but okay. Lied about souvenirs for the sake of wordplay, but you do have tasty items. Not really in a market for mushrooms at this point, but might as well just whack everything we can. Meantime, maybe talk to these guys to see if they're doing alright. This postcard hanging out the rack is very clearly a toad. There we go. Now we do need to fill that confetti bag in order to repair the staircase. We have to go back outside to do that. Of course, there are the flowers here as well. No, let's go outside to do it. If we can. The door is stuck all of a sudden. What could it make? Get stuck. So I guess if we take the lift, I might be able to restore some confetti. It's too awkward to roll ourselves up again on purpose. Yeah, lovely mushroom artwork on the side as well, leading up to the restaurant, and it has not yet been made accessible. I think we do need to get up the observation deck and rebuild our confetti budget, which is finally something that's mattering for the first time, in that it is forcing us to dump our entire bag, rebuild it from scratch in such a way that this bottom of the staircase is locked, and ensuring that we follow the intended progression up to the observation deck first, and then work our way down. Okay, so let's go on a bit of a shopping trip, or passing the shopping trip to the top, heading up to the observation deck to see what's going on. Bicycles, mattresses, formal wear, blenders, and comic books. Don't tell me she's looking for a blender. Ah, okay, she just wants to operate the elevator. Whoa, okay, that was threatening. Being attacked by pencils, that's not the horror story I had in mind. Those are some gigantic colored pencils, actually. Leading me to think there will be a slight delay while Mario does something. Probably, you know, just push these out with a hammer. My goodness. Destroying an elevator with colored pencils, that doesn't really seem safe. Particularly when everything has been attached like this. Okay. Guess we're starting this from scratch. First floor, absolutely flattened princesses, crushed dreams, broken glass, and athletic wear. And a lot of Goombas. Okay, so here is another group battle. Lots of power Goombas. That's probably going to be the priority. Okay, we get 3 moves. This would get some of them in hammer range, but not really ideal. I think actually that having them circulate like this, so you'll have a jump move, and then you'll have a hammer move. Yeah. And then probably try to cluster everything together. I think I'm going to do it that way. It's not going to be as good as what I'd hoped, but it allows me to perhaps get a double hit on some of these Goombas. Yeah, not ideal, but we'll make it work. Getting to deal with the double hits that the Paragoombas take as well, that's something we'll lose on top of the fact that we only have so many attacks to work with. Okay. 13 damage is not going to be enough to take him out. However, we had 3 attacks. That's something that I did not actually take into account. If I remembered that I had a budget of 3 attacks, that would have changed the calculation here considerably. And yeah, so we totally messed this up. Totally messed this up. The Paragoombas tend to be a bit of a threat, though, so why don't we just take them out direct? Okay, we'll just have to go a second round with these guys. Very unfortunate. Very rare that we just totally blow it like this. Okay, so we actually can get a perfect block, although the Guard Plus has done a bit of additional damage reduction, which I think is purely subtractive from what I can see. So we move this guy over. We have 3 moves. Yeah, that's going to be fairly simple. And then take these guys out as well. Pretty straightforward. Now we still have a ringing bell there indicating that there is a toad we have yet to uncover. Elevator's broken, maybe try the stairs. We do have a full bag now. I don't know how the full bag was recovered except as a story event. So that's just going to remain a mystery. But let's repair this thing. Once again, that's going to consume the entirety of that bag. That guy will run up the stairs, hopefully, to cut radishes. Okay, so we still have the indicator here of a hidden toad, and I actually just have no idea how we're going to recover that. Could be something that's in proximity of the upstairs, of course. And in the meantime, we will just move up here, see what's in this corridor in the back. Of course, more artwork on the floor, but being totally out of confetti, we cannot repair this. This totally looks like a place of an invisible block that has been traced by the artwork in a corner. Gotta do something with the restaurant, okay. So yeah, despite dealing with the first boss earlier, we are some ways away from finishing up this chapter. Is that supposed to be me? Wrong color. Yeah, exactly. He got that absolutely right. Okay, so we still have a hidden toad somewhere back here, as you can tell. But might not really be something available to us just yet. Let's see if I can land on top of these. Not going to do anything, okay. let's just wrap around to the other side then. Back to the restaurant level. Something is happening. Chef Special omelet and truly wild rice. Let's see what that's all about. Okay, so... I mean, it certainly feels like some of these omelets were actually folded toads. Come back and pay for that later? Probably. That seems like a fairly ominous thing to say, actually. Wouldn't order anything from the kitchen. Yeah, but we just inadvertently ate a toad. That coin over there, okay. We did manage to grab that. Let's just hit the dish, actually. Nope, guess not. So is there anything we can pop open? In the course of doing a toad hunt, doesn't really look like it. It ring the bell indicating that we should be checking the spot, but can't really see what else we can do to manipulate this location, except for maybe jumping towards the lamps. No. Depth perception is going to disagree with that. Press X. Why? Open everything and investigate more. Yeah. Well, I mean, we haven't really dealt with this location here yet. Okay, that's kind of important, having a full refresh. That tells me that maybe... Well, that's just food, first of all. Perhaps there's something else important going on. Life was easier as an egg, I'm sure it was. Maybe I should have hit those cabinets rather than attempting to open them from the side earlier. Weighing as much as a single carrot. Well, that might be important given that we have some artwork of a carrot that's leading this platform over here. Now, there's clearly a toad that's on top of those buckets. I couldn't quite fish it out. Don't know what I was supposed to do in order to make that happen. Here we go. Folded things through you behind his back, off the wall, off of the ceiling, and right in that thing. Well, that's a great shot indeed. I don't know if anything else is interactable up here. Doesn't really look like it. Wash your hands. Haven't opened up this thing yet. Okay. Bit of an infestation. And this guy has something to say. Oh yes, I know exactly how bad it looks. Up one up top. I think there was one that I failed to fish out in the bucket earlier, but... that one. Very hard to see when I do run into them. Oh wow. Oh, I see, because they work like the little miniature Goombas do in SMB3, in fact, where... How do I get it off my feet? I have to nip it. at my feet. I would assume that, as with SMB3, I just kind of jump around and it eventually shakes off, but... Okay, there's definitely one that's still in there. Let's see if I can dig it out somehow. And what else are we missing? One in here, perhaps? There we go. This is quite a hunt. Go check the pan. What have we possibly not checked from here? A carrot. Check the sink. Don't really see it. Could be this guy here. Get all of those things. Yeah, still missing one. Well, not really seeing what our options are here. Maybe... Seriously, wash my hands. Can I activate the faucet? Okay, let's just check this. I don't see where it possibly could be. I think I've checked just about every location at this point. Let's just head out and maybe... Ah, yes, okay. We just need to clean up the rest of the restaurant here. Okay, that's fairly straightforward then. I haven't really checked all of these cabinets here. This guy's going to be terribly frightened. And let's check this corner over. Ah, here's one guy. Gotta learn how to move the cart every now and then. And that's still not the last one. Very difficult to see if I am through with this room, or if I need to continue. Possibly I do need to clean out the remainder of this floor. I guess not, though. Okay, a little bit difficult to... Oh, there they go. The plate up top. Is that it? That's still not it. Anything remaining here? Not that I can see. The rug? You can pretty much check this thoroughly at this point. Really don't know what other location remains to be checked. Oh, it could be... I think I see something that's on top of that shelf here. Is that... Okay. I don't know how you would even see the artwork. Heading out? Okay, yeah, well, good luck to you too. Hope to see more creations from you soon. Okay. Definitely am missing something. And oh, yeah, no, here's one Goomba there, just kind of clinging on to the side. There we go. That's gotta be the last one. Okay, music has stopped. These guys still look unhappy, but not as unhappy. Messier than usual, but the immediate problem appears to have been solved. So, what do we do in the meantime? We heated and noticed to wash our hands. Yeah, no way but forward. Okay. Still haven't really developed enough of a bank of confetti in order to get out of here, but if we get the chef into position, having gotten rid of the pest problem, it's going to give me a full bag of confetti, and that's going to allow me to progress. I should probably check back on the chef in the other room. Okay, that's going to be a full repair in this zone, which is good. No more petty management to be done here. Just head back and talk to the chef and see how he's doing. And yeah, he seems happier than his accomplice. But we'll head over to the staircase and proceed. Kind of a surprisingly large zone in some ways. Going to get up to this promenade level with the third floor open air cafe, which is also going to have a bit of a coffee stop there, which I wonder may or may not resemble the coffee stop we had seen much earlier in terms of giving you a bit of speed manipulation. That didn't seem to be very useful at the time. But okay, that's not going to let me through. You have to love the decorations, by the way, on the... Whoa! That looks like a guided missile. I mean, seems like the logical thing to do is to use a guided missile. Don't know if we have to jump on that directly, or... Going to do a fair bit of chip damage. And also shut our way across. I wonder if I do actually have to just hammer these things and gotta get out of here. Oh. We're gonna be targeted by those things. Why don't we just have it knock down the door? That seems like the logical thing to do. Just have it blast the whole thing open. So let the target turn yellow first. Okay. Maybe that won't be the spot, but let's okay. No, we just had the right idea. Just need to move the target up, right? Maybe directly on that lock. Okay, maybe not. There is that big red button over there that looks very suspicious. I think that just drops the ladder, though. I don't think it actually gives me anything specific that I need. Let's just run around. I was about to come in. Ah, here's something. There we go. I was about to comment on how nice it is to see these ground decorations from SMB1 being used as the cafe boundary. That's always a neat little bit of environmental design that has to be one of the great pleasures of the Paper Mario series, just being able to see familiar visual elements from age-old Mario templates brought into this living, breathing context. Nobody's secretly manning this stall. I think we just drop the ladder, get all the way up to the top level. Ultimately, of course, the thing we want to do is just make sure that we can unfurl this entire ribbon that has been trapping World 1 the whole time. I guess we just walk around until the thing has been lowered. It's just a bit of a timing challenge, and I'm sure it is the Origami King who is actually pelting us with all these missiles, having gradually developed his arsenal. Whoa, that's absolutely frightful. That final barrage. Firing very wildly, but this structure is holding steady. Wouldn't want to be a cafe patron in this environment, of course, but confetti does not seem to repair that. We do, however, have a huge thing of hearts here indicating to me that we might be in for something like a boss battle. Fourth floor, of course, where the pencil crayons had earlier decided to pelt us in the elevator and take down the entire structure. Pencil crayons or colored pencils, depending on which country you are from. People always find it unbelievable if they come from a country that says one, encounter a context that uses the other word. Hey, let's knock this plant. Grab some confetti. I don't think that actually works as a repair on this spot here, but I might as well try. Don't know if anything else here is usable, but yeah, we actually have done 100% of repairs in this zone, so that's not going to be it. Looks like it will be some other major encounter. So, King Ollie marking his presence. Should we try to detach it somehow? Jumped onto it from below? Yeah, we could, but I want to not listen to instructions and, you know, actually have a bit of a tourist eye view of everything. Fine, fine, we'll do it your way. I think that is something that has been a bad habit with this series recently. I don't know if it was quite this strict in the older games. I mean, it would be strict about pathing, but in terms of just restricting what you can do in a room... Whoa, okay. Saved my life. Almost out of the picture for good. Now, is King Ollie going to show up and taunt me, or is this something else? One of his minions? That looks like an iPad, almost. Oh no, it's just a box. The Missile Maestro colored pencils. I'm sick and tired of Philistines like you erasing all of my hard work, man. Well, I guess this is going to be the zone boss. Was the last time you went to a gallery? The names, Jean-Pierre Colored Pencils the 12th. I represent the Legion of Stationery, I'll have you know. Okay. So I guess the localization does go with colored pencils rather than pencil crayons, but that's what happens with an NOA localization that is done by Americans. Well, colored pencils, you talk tough, and you draw really well. I mean, I guess they were responsible for all the scrawling over the tower. That was actually quite artfully done. Mario's mustache is going to make a fairly serious material difference here as we try to approach the missile pattern for the second boss fight of the game. Locked on targets. I wonder if it means that I just cannot pass through any of those. Okay. On switch. I wonder if I have to get the on switch in the same cycle then. Should be, yeah. Okay, magic circle on. Don't do collaboration, so hands off. I guess we need to approach it from the back. Like, we can't approach it from the front if we're going to be doing that. Watch as I unleash my full artistic vision. Let's see you handle the rest of my missiles all at once. We'd better block. Okay. Not nearly as bad as it could be. I think we do need to hit him from the back. Okay, so why don't we move this guy? And no, actually, because we'll... Hang on. So that's going to bring me left. That's going to bring me right. Let's see what I can do. And we'll need to hit the on switch somewhere along that path. I think that's going to work. Now, being able to grab him from the back might work a little bit better. Okay, close the lid. And then... Okay, that's going to be self-damage. Wonderful. That is a weak spot. He doesn't have a full array of colored pencils at this point, so why don't we just hit him directly? And yeah, it's using standard attack. Seems like that's pretty much all we need. And hammer. Probably be better here, I think. Damage? Okay. Not too bad. Did I enjoy your biting critique? Well, it was a fair complaint. Once again, going to try to trap the missiles on the inside. Move the on button in position. Move this accordingly. And then that should be a pretty simple snapshot. Yeah, I do like that there is still a bit of a positioning element to these bosses, even if they are essentially puzzle bosses. That there is at least something to plan and think about. Once again, we're going to just going to slam him in the face, probably. Seems like smacking him directly in the mouth is probably the way to go. Whoops. Let's try to get an additional action in there as well, that seems like it would help. Okay. Don't really want to be jumping in there, I think. So we'll just do double hammer. Yeah, that's going to cut him down fairly quickly. Oh wow, missed the guard. Rainbow roll, okay. That seems very frightful. Looks like we certainly want him to snap shut on top of that, so why don't we once again move the on switch into position. Other thing we could do, of course, is like that. It'll have you at the +1 as well as the on switch, and that might give me an opportunity to do a double attack. Now, I'm not directly behind, but hopefully this position will be kind of appropriate for closing the lid. Can't close the lid in the middle of Rainbow Roll. Well then, what's my second action for? It's not going to be very useful. Wow. Okay, so we'll need to find a new pattern to deal with Rainbow Roll. I suppose that's activated by the boss getting under 50%. That seems to be the thing that is activating there. I'm going to skip the hint card because I don't think I need it. I think probably the thing to do is just to hammer him from the back. That might be the best idea. Let's just move this guy down. You're going to have a bit of health replenishment. And also probably a ×2. Let's see if hitting him from the back is going to do anything here. Now he is going to spin before trying to fire at me. I think I just need to hit him directly. Okay, he's going to block every attack there. Now when I'm still trying to experiment and figure things out, I always have a bit of a worry with Nintendo games like this that it's going to start spamming hints at me before I've had a chance to figure it out myself. But let's try to maybe grab the Crayon's head on, or just maybe smack them some other way. Jump from the side, perhaps. We'll try a couple of different things. I think it's important to experiment. And yeah, let's jump. since we can jump without being trapped. Okay. Multiple jumps. Seems impervious to me, to be honest. The other thing we can do is use the arms to try to grab the rainbow roll from the front. That's the next thing I'm going to try. Grab it and just kind of slam it down. Or redirect. I will need an HP replenishment on this round, for sure. Let's try it like this. HP replenishments give me 30 at a time. Yeah, okay, good that we hit both. Now, does he snap shut on me, or can I actually... Yeah. Slam it right in his face. Oh wow, that's just going to be the finisher. Taking out half his health right there. Pretty simple then. Defeated by a no-name, no-talent piece of disgusting pop culture. You were better when you were a side-scroller, man. I'm going to snap that because that's something I find myself saying quite often. And okay, that's going to give me another 100-fold location. Can I please now actually walk around up here and take a look? Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Not going to be very flexible about player freedom, unfortunately. Okay, let's break the seal. Okay, that's 1 out of 5 removed. This is on pace to be a fairly lengthy experience. Congratulations, Red Streamer cleared. That's pretty much the end of Chapter 1. Max confetti increased, and that's going to be extremely helpful. Just as a matter of convenience. Don't think it really affects anything other than convenience, but confetulations. Now, which color of streamer? What we're going to head to next, I think there is a prescribed order, because we need to take Tram over to blue. And we'll see what other environments are in store. I want to check all of these locations where the pencil crayons have been poking about. Oh, it looks like there is a toad that is available somewhere here. Probably in here. Yep, toad is stuck there. Alright, that's fine. And let's see what awaits. Can't actually move this or do anything else with it. Gives you a direct view of the castle in its wrapped up glory. And let's see if anything else about this location has been restored. Yeah, it's too bad we didn't manage to keep the artwork. would have been nice to actually maintain that, but yeah, I think that does look rather desperately in need of a repair, so let's not touch that for the time being. And we'll have a lengthy descent back down to the cafe level. Doesn't seem to be very handicap accessible, to be honest. But at some point, maybe things like the cafe will be repaired and up and running again, so I wonder if I can actually unlock this door from the back. Or if it's completely jammed. Oh, you have to push from there to open it, yeah. Now we know. Now we know. Now let's say hello to this guy. He's no longer staring at the red drawing. He wasn't happy with that portrait, and then it disappeared. Okay. Wonder if the restaurant is going to charge us for those omelets we scarfed down earlier on. Seems like that's the kind of thing in the script that would deserve a bit of a follow-up, but we'll see if there actually is anything said to that effect. This guy seems really dismayed. Of course, all the decorations on the kitchenware has all been dispersed. And we'll head all the way back down. And okay, all's well that ends well. I think we actually did manage to... No, we didn't manage to finish the toads here, so... Let's try to figure out what else I was missing when it comes to toad collection. There is something that was not quite finished. Maybe something to do with this poster, maybe something to do with the button. Something going on. Ah, no, it's the pennant up here. I see it. There we go. Yeah, I noticed you. Goodbye, fellow pennants. Maybe one day a hammer will kiss you and turn you into a toad, too. And that's going to be the last one in the tower. Let's say how we're doing for the collection rate in the tower. We are missing collectible treasures. I don't know where we could have missed that, but possibly it's something we need to come back to once they have an elevator repair in this zone, or some kind of replacement. Some kind of replacement of the boss room up top. Unfortunately, now I think we've probably done what we can. Apart from missing that one secret hunt. That takes us back into Overlook Mountain, where doo-da-dee-da, we're going to hear that the sensor lab on Picnic Road is now open. Yeah, of course it is, because of the way that we kind of cracked everything open. Missing a toad somewhere on this side. Oh. Those are really hard to see sometimes. Now I'm saved, and you're aware of the sign's limited liability and full terms and conditions of use. Are we really? Okay. Now let's see if I can find where that return pipe was. Yes, here's a return pipe. Going to take us down to the sensor lab. Could be the sensor lab does something to assist with the secret hunting, but at this point we don't really have the information to say, so... Yeah, once again... Yeah, it looks like hitting the back of the signs is something that's going to be a regular occurrence. How could you tell I was here? I could barely even tell I was here. Yeah, only from the spatial clue of the sign that was on top of the mountain, really. Inviting us to try that if we can happen to have some indication of a toad in close proximity. Let's try this letter as well. Letters behaving like letters. Anything else in the mailbox? Probably not. Check the rocky wrench as well. Guess he has to see you to talk to you. Okay, well, somebody believes the world is round. Let's check the back of the sign once again. Yeah, we have to check the back of every sign. That seems to be the solution to a whole lot of problems. Unseal the pipe while we're at it. And what does the sign say? Sensor Lab at Picnic Road Headquarters. Well, let's pop this open first of all. And how is this going? It's going to ring the toad bell once again. For this guy. Okay, probably something for secret hunting. It was a similar lab in Color Splash that I remember was actually tickets to the SMB3 Tribute Zone. Toad radar. Okay, we'll do that in just a moment. I want to check his other devices in the meantime. A paper jam. Of course, being a reference to the Mario and Luigi game that crosses over with some of the paper designs, Paper Jam, which I think was so late in the life of the 3DS that I've never actually met a person who has played it. Please equip a sensor device. Looks like a bit of a treadmill. Hop down that pipe. Yeah, we'll do that. Sure, let's test. Interesting. Oh, okay, so it's based on rumble. That's something that's probably not very visible at this point. You had the blinking red light, of course, but there is actually an HT rumble effect that is directional, in that I can tell spatially that it is to my right. Battery will drain quite fast. So how do I reload a battery? Okay. Yeah, it is very much just an HD rumble puzzle. I don't know how well this would play without rumble, actually. I mean, there is a directional element to the lights, I suppose. Some of these I'm just able to see visually. It's not really too much of a challenge. This will definitely have a sensor requirement to it. Let's see. Reminds me somewhat of dowsing around with Skyward Sword. Yeah, it certainly felt like I was sitting right on top of it. Feels very much like Skyward Sword, actually. Having the Toad Bell as an attachment certainly provides some assistance over here. Oh, here's something. Now, I think that's going to be all of them. Went exceedingly well. The Toad radar didn't even explode this time. When a battery runs out, you can use our proprietary device charger to juice it back up. Okay. Wonder how much it costs. Already fully charged. Didn't really give me a sense. So how does one activate it again? Okay, useful items. I see, I see. So something that you just do out of desperation, if necessary. And let's check this pipe. I don't think I've actually taken a look at this yet. Let's see what this zone is all about. Oh, okay, warp point. Wonderful. Okay, that helps because that gives me a charging location that also connects directly to all of the warp points that are available inside the museum. Let's see if any additional accessories have been unlocked. Waiting for a new shipment. Okay. Fine by me. Yeah, I haven't quite warmed to the musical identity of this game yet as quickly as I did to Color Splash, which was, on that score, fairly spectacular. I suppose we also, at the same time, have not been able to get rid of the big Mache Goomba on the top level as well, and it seems like we don't yet have the ability to do so. Maybe there will be some kind of hint we get eventually out of these fellows. Oh, so this guy's not actually supposed to be the coffee shop proprietor. Okay, well, I mean, haven't really been back here in a while, might as well come here and check it. See if any of these spatial puzzles have unlocked as well. There is, of course, no doubt the boss challenges that have opened up, but I wonder if level 2 of the spinning wheel has received any additional options. It's been waiting to show me something new. Timer extender. Okay. Bankruptcy blocker. I see. So we have a coin-based buffer. I kind of like things as is. I have to deal with the consequences of my own mistakes currently. This one's finally ready. This must be the Bossatronic fighter. Same kinds of items, about as strong. So it just resets your progression depending on your HP and the items that were available at the time. Probably not the same item inventory, but maybe the same item restrictions. So let's not do that right now. There might be some kind of high score attached to it, but let's see if ring training has been expanded to allow me access to level 2. Not yet. He's got something for me if I can beat Bossatronic fighter bosses. Elemental battles and boss battles and a third kind of battle. So it looks like we have 4 different elementals. That would of course just be based on 4 different elements, presumably earth, water, wind, and fire. And 4 main bosses. Okay, given that we have 5 streamers to unroll, that does make me think about how the chapter structure is set up. If we only have those 8 bosses total plus the additional category that has not yet been unlocked. This looks walkable over here. I think we had actually checked that previously. That's right. Organic kale for hipsters, okay. We'll take that. And yeah, let's see how my map progress is doing at this time. Graffiti Underground, of course, was completed in its entirety. Toad Town is going to have a lot of game-wide progression. Yeah, you have to wonder how much of this is actually completely doable. Overlook Tower... It probably just was one treasure box that we missed somewhere inside it. Ah yes, item shop. Let's check the weapon shop to see if any meaningfully new progression has been opened up here, and not really. And this guy's just going to window shop. And that toad is just going to hang out at the newly rejuvenated fountain. Tram to overlook mountain. Oh, I guess we didn't actually unlock the tram, did we? I should do that. Given that the unlocking of the tram route is also what's going to give us access to the blue streamer zone next. Something that would be valuable to unlock now while we have the opportunity. Why don't I just head on back? Whoops. And yeah, that's just going to take us back through the orange pipe to this zone over here, from which we'll make a quick climb back up to the top, where we saw the tram route restricted by the red ribbon that we have since removed. Okay, so we got Overlook Mountain here. Yeah, just gotta head up to the station as before. And we'll probably be stopping before starting the next chapter proper. It seems like a fairly good stopping point. Or adjourning right after the first major boss. It's just a matter of getting some of these transportation links open, such that we can pretty much resume right away. missing a toad spot somewhere here. Kind of hard to see where that's going to happen, but we can perhaps check some of those flower pots. Check behind the sign as well. Oh, whoops. Didn't actually fill this out. Not paying attention. Okay, freed this guy. Not now, actually. Let's join the other passenger in just a moment, but meantime, it looks like there is some kind of hidden toad. It's tucked away somewhere around here. Very difficult to see where those are placed sometimes. So yeah, let's hop aboard the tram, and it'll be a good way to get rolling for the next chapter in Autumn Mountain, which we will likely be seeing in the next session that we run this. Wow, this is amazing. We're up so high, the view is so vast, these mountains are so huge. Clearly something is going to happen to interrupt this pleasant journey, but we'll enjoy it while it lasts. Mountains everywhere. This guy seems very bored. Just making his regular commute. Hopefully acclimatized to the scenery by now and not really that interested in anything that's going on. So this guy is just a bomb. And Ambrosia, Amnesty, Thinky Thinky Panic. Oh, I like that. Thinky Thinky Panic. Localized a bit differently in the United States, of course. Bomb doesn't really know what he's up to. He has amnesia. I like Thinky Thinky Panic, though. I think I'm actually going to keep that. Olivia is very chirpy about offering assistance. Yeah, this guy doesn't even have any special moves. It's not like it's Admiral Bobbery or somebody who really knows what he's doing. I mean, it looks like this guy could just potentially blow up at any second. He's sneaking over like he's going to give Olivia a push or something. And oh no, he's actually much more pleasant about that. Actually quite open to the idea of having a companion character. Yeah, go ahead. We can do with a companion. Autumn Mountain. Rather lovely zone. Can already tell. Bombert. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of calling him Bombert. Let's see if the tram actually is able to get us back to Toad Town. Okay. Let's see if I can find the next available save block, and we'll probably adjourn at that point. Ah, see Captain Toad, who operates the boat. Kind of wonder if we can do anything non-linear. See about what his boat has made available. And the answer to that is probably no, by the way. Just given that this game has been, I think, been very inflexible in some ways. Yeah. Really do love the score here, though. I do think that the music is starting to take off in some ways that it wasn't quite doing before. These very wide open zones to work with this ball. A lot of coins back here. That's a significant and sudden surplus. We see, of course, a treasure chest up ahead that was visible from that angle. Oh, this guy's going to run off and scout? Okay. So it looks like the running joke here is that Olivia is just going to call him every non-generic Babam name under the sun, as if in protest. Just really desperate not to call him Amir Babam, as though he didn't have any distinct identity beyond that. Oh, he's totally going to blow this up. He's going to blow this up. Just watch, just watch. Is he going to make a valiant, heroic sacrifice? No, guess not. Yeah, probably going to look around for a save block before we continue, though. Given that I don't want to extend this session too much, but what we could do is just hit Toad Town for the time being. Just to see if we can get the tram to pull into that station and see how it looks. I want to do a few checks in the museum anyway, and also check on a sea captain when we are there. In fact, since we're here, I might as well dip down to the docks to see what's going on. And yeah, here's the boat. Don't know if it's really seaworthy yet, but see. And the boat's not ready. Okay. I guess it is predictably story locked. And yeah, why don't we just smack that safe block? That is right by the tram. And before we take this fast travel point, then I guess we'll just kind of take this as a moment to kind of collect ourselves and finally take a bit of a pause. So yeah, that's how our progress has been looking overall so far. I haven't actually really looked at this menu here at all. We have 90 Toad points, which will give us a pretty significant number of museum unlocks. Not really sure what the maximum is, but we have one bibliofold out of what looked like 4 different developmental boss battles, if the challenge device in the battle hall is to be believed. Currently have our first sight of a partner other than Olivia in the form of that Babon, who we haven't actually seen in action just yet, but we are of course just 1 streamer down and 4 to go, and we'll see how the pacing of the game actually handles from here, because, you know, it's been a fairly long sit just to get to the first completion point. It's sort of unusually long, I think, by the standards of a Paper Mario game. And so we'll see if things get a little bit pacier, or if they kind of carry on as they have so far. I mean, it took a while for things to get rolling and started, I think. It was about the 3 or 4 hour mark when we were past the tutorial zone and fooling around with the puzzle battles. And it's picked up a fair bit since, so we'll see where it goes from here. Okay, at this point I think this is probably a fine point to adjourn for the time being until the next time we are able to run a session. So next stream is going to be Super Mario Maker, covering some of our backlog and a preview of the Makers of Week 4 for YMM. That'll be over the same time slot tomorrow in the Saturday overnight or Sunday morning slot. And then we'll see what time we can make over the rest of the week to return to this and progress with it as far as we're able. In the meantime, thanks for watching. And that'll be pretty much all from us for this stream, so thank you once again for dropping by, those of you who have been watching, lurking, or otherwise just hanging out. And we'll see you next time.